What is poppin', everybody? My name is Justin Woodward, the co-founder of the Media Indie Exchange and Interrobang Entertainment. I'm a game developer myself, and also one of the co-organizers of the Guerrilla Collective. We are here at the Guerrilla Collective to celebrate Black voices in gaming. It's been a tumultuous time right now. It's been really crazy with everything happening. Yeah, man, it's been really crazy. We all came together to form the Guerrilla Collective, the mix, kind of funny, a bunch of amazing publishers and developers in order to make a conglomerate of awesome games that has diversity showcased. So I am here with Alfonso Hooker, who is representing Gameheads. So tell me a little bit about yourself, and we'll get into it.
All right. I've been in the tech industry about 25 years. And I joined Gameheads as like a sort of a fan of the program, and decided I was going to help them and assist them with the program. They essentially needed somebody to do some tech stuff for them, and it turned out it went from being helping the program to essentially being the board chair and running and teaching the DevOps program. And I've been helping the students since for the last 3.5 years, and it's been an amazing experience working with these students.
Yeah, so Gameheads is really it's a dope program. I saw it for the first time a few years ago. I met you. I interacted with some of the developers, saw everything that was going on, and when this whole opportunity came up, we were going to do the Guerrilla Collective this weekend, and it got pushed back for forces that we couldn't really control. And because of that happened, it gave us an opportunity to really speak. Like I think we allow our work to speak for itself and everything. And we wanted to make this happen, talk to amazing Black game developers, and then have a charity associated with that. So one of the charities is Gameheads. We are going to allow people to help put money towards that charity and keep things rolling.
Awesome. And one of the things about Gameheads that is super important is the fact that we serve youth of color and women, underserved youth of color. And what's super important about this program is that the program's 100% free, and that we serve this community.
Okay, cool. So we have someone on the line, an amazing developer showing Swim Sanity. We're going to run the trailer and then play the game. And that's what this is all about, is playing games, talking to Black developers. It's going to be dope.
That's what's up.
Let's roll. So that was Swim Sanity from Decoy Games. We have Ahmed on the line. This dude is going to be driving. Actually, I'm going to be playing with him and asking questions too. But we met Ahmed. I met Ahmed for the first time. Salute.
What's up?
I heard you were digging those beats. You were. We got to hear him. I can't hear him. You good?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
I can't hear him. Yep.
Let's see if I can.
Just a second.
Hello.
Yo. What's up, Ahmed?
Can you hear me?
How's it going?
Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah. We heard you were
All right,
grooving to those beats.
I was over here just rocking and waiting. So
That's actually from my boy Tamar, TQ, who we were like, yo, we want some beats for today. So this whole experience is authentic. And I was like, this is perfect for the countdown. But
I 100% agree.
But yeah, thanks for joining us. I remember when we met for the first time, as obviously I'm a Black developer as well. So I was, as I'm putting together the mix, with everybody, I don't know who is a behind each game, right? It's like, we're just playing the games, seeing dope stuff. And then when I met you in person and your brother, I was like, wow, another I'm just being extremely honest on this stream, right? It's like,
Like that Spider-Man meme.
yeah,
Pointing
It's
at-
like,
yeah, it's like a bunch of, yeah, exactly. And every time, because we're so underrepresented, it's like every time you meet someone who is of color, you just immediately connect. Because a lot of times we want to make sure that the work speaks for itself, you know. So before we jump into the game, we want to ask you a few questions about how you got started and stuff.
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, just really excited to be here and really thank you guys for creating this platform. I think it's a really good movement, and I think everyone will benefit from it. But as you said, I started game development about 10 years ago. We started while we were in college. We were actually doing it on the side. So I'm a self-taught developer. I didn't have any experience making any big games or anything like that. We build with Unity. Our first game was some Sanity. It started off as a Flash game. It was called SimSanity, Mooba Jive the Scuba Diver. It was just like this little guy. Yeah, it was a terrible name. My brother's on the stream, so I can make fun of him for the name. It's this little guy on the screen that's just collecting gold, bringing it back up to his boat. So that was when he started doing development. And then we saw this and we kind of knew like, okay, we can take this and actually make real games. But even when we started, we always had the goal to get on consoles. That was like our main thing. We wanted to be full console developers. We had no idea what that meant. Like you can go to the portal for PlayStation. It says you have to be a professional video game developer. I'm like, do I need a badge? What do I need to do that? Can I just submit? So, we just started building up on the game and started going to conventions. And we love interacting with people over time. And people really caught on the game. We just built into a 4-player underwater shooter, competitive cooperative game modes. And here we are now, very close to release, going to be on Xbox One, PS4, Switch, and Steam.
Damn, that's
dope. At the same time.
That's dope. Let's get started. Let's play the game. And I'm gonna attempt to play and ask you questions at the same time. So,
so you're making excuses already?
Exactly. I gotta make those excuses already. Yeah, I totally feel what you're talking about. That's exactly, personally, when I was getting into the game, is like, I want to make a console game because that's what I grew up with, right? And it was definitely a challenge, but making that happen is kind of like a dream come true. So I could totally kind of feel where you're coming from.
Yeah, and we always wanted to be in a position where we're self-published as well. So doing it while being self-published was big for us. So to get on the platforms was just a great blessing, and we're really, really excited to be having this opportunity. All right, so they're playing Adventure. So this is one of our many game modes here. So Adventure, you can play up to 4 players locally or online. So you guys got to move forward, get to the map as quickly as possible. What's going to eventually happen is they're going to have this big whale that's going to chase them across the map. So it plays like a dual stick shooter. When they get damage on the enemies, they'll be able to unleash some sanity. So you guys saw those big power moves happen on the screen. The players will be able to unleash, and they can actually connect unleashes to have them be more powerful.
So how do I switch weapons and things like that?
Yep, so L trigger to switch the weapon. So you have like a missile right now.
Oh, sick. Okay,
there you go. So he has his unleash ready. Hit that L trigger to unleash. Oh, sorry, hit that Y button to unleash. My bad. There we go. So freeze your enemies.
Things happen. Okay, cool. So this one
you guys
is
can keep, yeah, there you go.
This one's a co-op like mode. This isn't necessarily okay, cool.
So everything we did, we have 8 game modes. We wanted to make every game mode really feel like it could really ship on its own game. So
that's cool.
Our adventure mode they're playing right now, it's a co-op, but our full versus experience was kind of a fan favorite. We always have tournaments going to showcases. You can play online ranked matchmaking and have leaderboards and all the good stuff you'd expect in a game like that.
How long have you guys been developing this game? SimSanity.
Yeah, SimSanity was really our prototype, right? So we used it to learn how to develop games. So as I said, it started even as a Flash game to work its way all over the console, whether it was first single player, now 4-player. I mean, we built it and broke it down probably about 3 times. Even as recently as really like a year ago, just to make sure online play was built in the way that we wanted it to be built.
That's cool. What were some of the challenges that you had during production? You said that you built it from the ground up multiple times.
Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest challenges we just had was we really wanted that online play to feel really slick. So the online play is actually built with that predict rollback netcode. I think a lot of my fighter fans know and love to have in games. So the online experience is very smooth, but in order to have that, we had to really kind of break it down.
You
guys
smashed
use
me,
A to
man.
teleport if you need to. See if they make it. And boom, got taken out there.
So are you
Yeah, that was
using?
one of the biggest challenges we had.
Did you use? Are you using GGPO or just
No, we're
your
using-
own rollback netcode?
Yeah, we're using a tool called Quantum, so it has rollback predict, so you can expect a really smooth online experience.
That's cool. So you want to? So we're in the studio. So Ryan, give us a just. Real, okay, cool.
All right.
I just want to make sure that we're good to go.
All right.
Keep going at it. Keep
Yeah,
going at it.
yeah.
All right. Let's do this.
That's hilarious.
If you guys want to jump into another mode, you guys could try versus.
Yeah, let's try versus. I want to smash you up. Hold on, I was like,
Yeah, I want to see who's best on the stream. Let's go. Let's get some trash talking here.
all right, let's
All right.
let's go to the main menu. Yes, sir. Cool. And you guys throw your own events. Game On, right?
Yeah, so back in February, we threw an event called Game On. I was focused on Black excellence in the community. And kind of as you said too, our goal was to kind of show other people that there really are people of color doing amazing things in the industry. And we wanted to gather those people and have them connect and kind of start something where we can really allow people to move forward. For us, the way we got into the industry, it always was just this one connection that pushed us to the next step, whether it was getting on Xbox or Switch.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure everyone else has that opportunity. With Game On, we had a great event. We had the VP of NFL that was there. It's a black woman. We had amazing streamers, a bunch of CEOs. It was a really amazing event to put together. It was sponsored by Unity.
That's dope.
So it's just stuff like that we love to do, as well as connect with community on gaming.
And you guys are located in New York, correct?
We're actually located in Boston, but we're in New York
okay.
all the time. We're
Okay.
in New York all the time, so we get that a lot. The
Okay,
community's
cool.
been really, really good for us.
So Game On is in Boston.
So the Game On event, we held that right in Manhattan, right at the
Oh,
Microsoft
okay.
store, the official flagship store.
That's awesome.
It went so well, we'll definitely be doing that again.
Cool. Yeah, it's so awesome
Yeah.
to hear you guys that you guys are doing events as well, and it's always very helpful for the community, obviously.
All right, I'm coming with it, brother.
Yeah, I'm
Don't-
trying to do some things and talk at the same time.
Nah,
This
whatever,
dude,
whatever. I don't hear no excuses. No excuses, homie.
no excuses. I'm balling it up, though. I'm balling it up.
So when you play locally too, you can play with bots as well. So if you guys only have
Okay.
2 players and want to have the 4-player experience, you can always throw some bots in there.
Okay, cool. I just want
So
to
Red, you
smash
have a
him up
missile, you get that
dolo.
L trigger to shoot that missile.
Yeah, let's see.
See, there's power-ups and
Oh, I
weapons
don't
you can
have
collect
that.
during the battle. So one person let out a
Oh,
seahorse
crap. Oh,
that
wow.
explodes just like that.
The suicidal seahorse. So you can continuously run, right? Or roll, right?
Yeah, so you have 6 teleports, so you see those little dots right above your HUD. That
Okay,
allows
so
you to
that's
know
a
how many you have
teleport.
left.
Okay.
Yep, you can teleport through the platforms as well.
Okay, dope. I just got some more. Yeah, I'm like thinking of fighting games immediately. Like I'm trying to dash through stuff, but I didn't realize it was limited. I was using them all up. That's why I got smashed up by the seahorse. Excuses. Hashtag
Exactly.
excuses. What
Yeah,
are you
hashtag
doing? What are you
that in the chat.
shooting? All right.
Come with it.
So
with
what?
it.
What's
So this
the
is-
release date again?
Don't do this.
Yeah, so coming out summer 2020, and we'll have our final release date very soon. Very excited to get close to the release date.
Cool.
We'll have announcements also next week, so please tune in to the Guerilla Collective event. It's going to have some pretty cool stuff to announce there.
Yeah, Swim Sanity is going to be a part of the Guerilla Collective event next week, and we're going to have an exclusive trailer, I believe. Also, for voices in Black Voices in Gaming, we are working with Valve to showcase demos and Steam pages for folks to wishlist, and I believe you guys are a part of that, right?
Correct. So we'll be part of the Steam Summer Festival. So everything you guys are seeing today, you guys will be able to try it out, try the demo. It'll also be online enabled as well. So you guys can go ahead, play online or play locally with your friends. Got him.
Hit it, fool.
You hit
Wow.
that Y button to unleash. There you go.
Ah, sudden death. Like, this is it, and then we're gonna wrap it up. But
Right.
yeah, make sure to wish list Insanity. It's there now. It's up now to wish list. The game is super fun. Up to 4 players, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, at the floor players. You guys hit that Y button to unleash. Remember to use that. There you go.
Nice. Yeah. Oh wait, I can't get shot by that, right?
I think red has their unleash ready too. There it is.
What? Oh Lord! GG's. That was super fun.
That was awesome.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Ahmed, for showing up. We'll catch you next
Absolutely.
week for the Guerilla Collective. And yeah, make sure to wish list the game. Check out Game On, Decoy Games. That was amazing.
Amazing game, brother. I really love it, and I love kicking your ass.
Talking mad head right now. That's amazing. That was super fun. So we're just gonna keep going.
Awesome.
We got amazing stuff popping off. Next is stay tuned for Will Roger.
All right.
Will is an amazing composer. He worked on Mortal Kombat 11. Did, I believe, the sound design and the music for that. Nice. Talked with him a little bit about that before. And he also is composing and doing the audio design for a game, Anew, which it's an independent game. It's really awesome. Worked on Crystal Dynamics, on Tomb Raider, I believe, and some other projects. So it'll be awesome to talk with him and also showcase Anew. So let's roll to the trailer. Check it out. So that was the dope trailer from Anew. The game is sick. I first witnessed the game, checked out the game on Kickstarter, and then when I was working at Fig for publishing, I was like, oh, we got to get that game. We're gonna get that game, and then it had a successful Kickstarter, and then the next time I saw it was at the Mix, actually, where it was being showcased in LA for E3. And I met Will for the first time, and the rest of the team. So we got Will on the line. What is happening, Will?
Hey, how's it going?
All right. Okay, cool. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
cool. I can hear you.
Oh,
Yes.
perfect.
Awesome. It's nice to see you again. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's great to see you too. I mean, unfortunately, obviously, E3 and GDC couldn't happen this year. But again, thank you so much for having us on this program.
Yeah, for sure. And guess where we're at? Where you're on the podcast. So we're in Wilmer Sound Studios. We set everything up here. The whole
Nice.
situation. So we have a proper studio, sound studio and everything. And I met Will and actually had an engaging conversation for the first time here during our podcast. So it's great to have you back and talk to you. It's really fascinating your experience in the game space. I did not know, the wealth of experience you had. So can you tell a little bit about your background before we hop into the game?
Sure, yeah. I specialize in game music. Just sorry to make a brief correction, but I don't do sound design for games. I just focus on the music.
Oh, sorry about that.
So, no worries. So, I started quite a long time ago, and eventually I made my way to LucasArts as a music editor. And then from there, I started to write original scores for Star Wars games like The Old Republic, the MMO, as well as Star Wars First Assault and Monkey Island 2 Special Edition. And then after LucasArts ended, I started my independent career as a music composer. And that's when I did Lara Croft Temple of Osiris, Dead Island 2, and eventually Call of Duty World War II, Mortal Kombat 11, Star Wars Vader Immortal, and now Anew, The Distant Light. And that's kind of
that's super dope.
My background, pretty much, yeah.
It's really cool to see that you're doing that and to make that connection like we were talking about before is like when I am able to see another Black developer or someone in games, it's like an immediate connection, just because there's so few of us. It's awesome. Also, I was geeking out about Mortal Kombat at the time when we talked, because I'm so obsessed, and to know that you were like a part of that process was really great. And then to make the connection that you're also doing things independently, that's amazing as well. So yeah, we have Anew here. We're gonna play the game. This dude's gonna drive. Let's hop into it. So can you tell us like how you got locked into Anew? How did you jump into this game and into the team?
Yeah, it's interesting. This was a long time ago. It must have been the end of 2014, maybe early 2015, that I started on this project. And I believe Jeff Spoonhauer, who's our... before I start, this game is made by only 2 people. So it's really weird to say who does what, because literally it's 2 people making the whole game, Steve Copeland and Jeff Spoonhauer. But Jeff, who's more of like the artist, he played Lara Croft Temple of Osiris, and I guess he liked the music. And so he reached out to me, and he showed me just a brief visual demo of it was kind of like a look development thing where they were showing some of the day-night cycle in the first level. And I just thought it was so gorgeous. And, I'd worked on high-profile, franchise titles for quite some time, but I really wanted some sort of an indie project that was more focused on making kind of a very artistic statement, if that makes sense. Not needing to be big, but instead very focused and personal, I guess is the way I want to say it, and unique. And this was exactly it. I mean, I feel so lucky that it almost kind of fell into my lap just like that. The art style is something I've never seen before. And just the way that they work and the direction that they gave me was so radically different from anything I'd ever seen. Normally you start a game and maybe you'll get some reference tracks, and they're usually from like film scores or sometimes even other game scores, and it's like, this is what we want. Well, in this case, all the reference I got was 20th century art music. It was modern art music rather than any kind of scoring. They were showing me Bartok and John Adams and Debussy and Dartavara and all these interesting 20th century composers. And so what I did was I wrote in a style that harkens back to that, while also incorporating a lot of like 1960s mode style synthesizer and things like that, to just get a unusual sound that's quite alien and quite foreign, but also makes sense internally. Like you can see, especially once you, I believe this demo eventually gets to some of the alien constructs. You can see that this is a civilization that you've landed in. And it's real, it's developed, but it's just so radically different from anything on Earth. And I wanted to evoke that with the music.
That's really cool. Yeah, I was playing the last couple days, and like what you're saying about the art style and the presentation, it is something that I haven't seen before. It feels like a mixed medium art piece, right? You have these like textured layers that look like paper, right? In the foreground and the background, but then you have these 3D elements, and everything is tied together so well that when you get to the alien world, it does feel like a foreign place in a surreal type of way, which I definitely respect. So that's interesting how you came about that. Can you tell us a little bit about like how you get started as far as like, so you talked about like the reference that you use and what they've kind of talked about, the textures that they want in the music, but how do you get started as far as like with composition?
Yeah, so by the way, if you want to get out of this ship, I think you go up and to the left, and then you're trying to get down. So there's like a chute that you go down to get to the next level.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm here to
it's
struggle, but brother, just leave
Metroidvania
me.
gameplay, so it's big on exploration. It's not super easy to, I think you go down this elevator.
Down right there, yeah.
But as far as my process, I'm quite old-fashioned. In fact, you can almost see here, I always start with scoring on paper, because for me, that just lets me be freely creative. I don't have to worry about the technicalities of working on a PC right away. And once I have pieces fleshed out like that, just being freely creative and not having to worry about the reality of how is this all going to come together in the production. Then I go to the PC and develop things there. And once that's all finished and I have approval from the developers, that's when I seek out the live musicians to perform the score.
Oh, okay. So you're working with live musicians.
Quite frequently, yeah. I'm very lucky to be able to do that.
That is awesome. Is that how you approach most of your compositions? Is live? I see a guitar in the background too, so you're like, you must be picking up.
Yeah.
Because I think you told us about this before. You play mad instruments. Like you play a ton of different instruments, right?
Yeah. Well, I apologize for what's about to happen here, but like I have a whole rack of.
Wow.
Man, you can't even see, but like.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
though.
I'm mostly a flautist. In fact, that's me playing right now. But I try to work with other musicians as much as possible, and in fact, I try to specifically write parts for the players, in particular, that I plan to hire later on. Just kind of playing to their strengths and what I know that they enjoy, what I hope that they'll enjoy performing. Because that's again kind of a more old school, traditional way of thinking about music. I'm not super keen on the modern MIDI based stuff.
Yeah.
I'd much rather work with people, because that's just a lot more satisfying to me personally.
Totally. Yeah, it totally makes sense. Well, I mean, it's very inspiring what you do and how you work and stuff. Do you have any advice for young composers getting into the game, and you know, who are interested in making this happen, but may have been struggling, you know, to figure out how to make things happen?
Yeah, you know, this might sound a little bit cheesy, but the answer is real friendships, and that's honestly what carries you in so many different ways. Like, first off, on the subject of musicians and the creation of these scores, if you make friends with other musicians, maybe they're fellow composers, maybe they're performers who are trying to start that career. You can have them perform on your demos and on your scores and whatnot. And now suddenly your music sounds way better than your competition, who's just using MIDI, you know, fake versions of the same thing. You have the real musicianship performing. So there's that angle, but then there's also, and this is kind of, the way I say it is you have to kind of play the long game. In terms of like career development and whatnot. You know, a friend that you make in 2014 might end up being someone who leads you to get a project 5-10 years later even. I mean, like my first gig at LucasArts, I got that because I was, before that, working on a bunch of indie games, and I worked with a sound designer who eventually got hired at LucasArts, and then when they were hiring for a music editor, they were like, why not hire that Will Roger guy? And these things kind of just snowballed over time, and one gig kind of led to another, not because of that gig in particular, but because of the people that I encountered working on those projects.
That is totally true. I've found that exactly the same. Like, when you're starting out, you're grinding, you're just trying to make things happen, and you're meeting all these cool people and being nice to them and formulating these friendships, and just like naturally being interested in what they do and how they love to express themselves has allowed us, you know, allowed me personally to keep moving forward and up. You know, I mean, you never know. I may be hitting you up like, hey, we got this cool project that we're trying to work on, and you know, we work together or something like that. Or someone sees this stream or something like that. So yeah, but thank you so much for hopping on. I hope that we can connect in the future. That was Anew, Distance Light, right? Distant Light.
Anew, the Distant Light.
The Distant Light. Amazing. I didn't even realize that you played the flute in that particular point in the game. That's and I didn't realize it was all live either. That is so dope, dude. Like, cool.
Amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, thanks so much, and check out Anew. I believe that is, you can what is it called? You can wishlist it now. Check it out. It's coming out soon. So, this dude's still playing. Like,
That's it. I can't put this down. I can't put this down. Okay. All right.
But yeah, we'll hit you up soon. Anew.
Awesome game, brother. Thank you so much for sharing this with us, and I would love to continue to work with you as well.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Cool. All right, we have another game popping up. Well, let's talk about Gameheads too, because that is a component of this.
Yes. So Gameheads, we have the developers of color, we have artists of color who are producing unique games. We have a number of games that are out there right now. We're partnering with the USC games as well. So some of our students have gone on and gone to school at USC and are currently producing games there. My son was in the Gameheads program, and he has a game out as well. And we're all good. And and one of the great things about the program is that the games are all developed by students of color and women, and we're talking about unique stories that aren't being told right now. These stories are about students of color. They're about our communities. They're about our experiences, and that's one of the things that's really important about the content that's being developed.
Yeah. Your son Joe recently went to Japan to show off his game.
Yes.
Traeger.
Yes.
Right? And that's an amazing experience. When I was like 18 or 17, you know what I mean? Just being able to do that, and that's what Gameheads helped to support to make that happen. And there was other developers as well that were able to take that trip, right?
Absolutely. Kai, who's one of the developers who worked on Traeger, and Cryptovin was one of the other games that they had out there. It was a great experience for them. little bit of rocky start because they had some trouble with the passports and things of that nature.
Yeah, yeah.
But they were out there. They spent the week out there in Japan and met with a bunch of business folks out there. And Joe's trying to get his game into some of the arcades in Japan right now, and it's really amazing experience. So
Cool. Yeah, so we're gonna have since that is a component, we're gonna have the ability for you to donate to this charity for Gameheads. We're locking that in. It should be in the chat. And next up is Tony Barnes, an amazing influence on the game development community and game development in general. So let's roll to hit his trailer right now.
The difference between you and me is I seize the moment and you with that foolery. Shine like the jewelry. Hit 'em like boom, what you gon' do to me? You ain't got speed like me. You ain't fast, you ain't quick, you ain't swift for your feet like me. I got endurance. By that look in your eyes, I can tell that you nervous. But you won't ever beat me. And I'll be out so fast that you won't ever meet me. Don't hate it, I'm the greatest. Think it's luck, well, you should see me out in Vegas. It's no opposition. Myself is the only competition. So slam, bow, bam, boom. The king is here, make some damn boom. Oh, now that's how you change the game. That's how you change the game, man. Start with a little bit of oomph. To be great, man, it's something I want. Like you, bow, slam, boom. That's how you change the game. That's how you change the game. Oh, now that's how you change the game. Like you, bow, slam, boom. Now that's how you change the game.
So that was Tony Barnes' amazing demo reel. He's been in the business for decades and very influential in game development. We met for the first time, I believe, at an E3 when I was introduced through a friend. And when he was telling me the games that he worked on, I was like, that's basically my childhood. I cannot believe.
I played at least half of those games, and it's super amazing that we're talking to him right now. So I'm really excited about this opportunity.
What's up, Tony?
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm on, it's 11 on a Sunday, so it's a little slow, but you know.
I feel you. Where are you at? Are you in LA?
Technically Orange County, but yeah, SoCal.
Nice.
But
nice.
I'm Bay Area born and raised. Shouts out to 415, 510, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
Yes.
Represent Oakland. What's up?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So if everyone doesn't know, we're actually in Berkeley, really close. I live in Oakland. It's been a crazy experience being here through everything that's happened. It's been emotionally draining, to be honest. And you're saying like 11 a.m. on a Sunday. We were like scrambling. Let's get this show together. Let's talk to all these amazing developers. And we're seeing this firsthand every day since, everything's happened with George Floyd and the previous tragedies, So it's amazing to have you on board and that you represent Oakland as well. But yeah, we want to talk to you about like your wealth of knowledge and experience in the game industry. It like I was saying when we first met, I just couldn't believe that all of the stuff that you've worked on, because you're not like extremely boisterous about, you know what I mean? Everything that you've done,
Yeah, I used to have a little slogan, that I was the biggest thing you've never heard of, because I'm all over the place, but never really shouting about it. But, I think it's time for that. So.
So when did you get started? When did you get your first start?
So I started when I was 12. They put Apple computers in school. So I was like 6th grade, and the teachers didn't know what to do with them. So I said, "Oh, I know," but I was lying. But you fake it till you make it. So the teacher was like, "All right, well, we'll let Tony, have some fun." And I wanted to be a an animator actually. I was doing stop motion, I wanted to be the next Ray Harryhausen combined with like George Lucas and Prince somehow. And when I got a hold of the computer, it was like, oh, I can move stuff and it doesn't take 6 months, so let me do this. And then I just started learning how to program from there, and then uh, it just boomed. But I grew up dirt poor, so couldn't have a computer of my own. So I ended up actually writing down programs like during class and everything. I write them on binder paper. Then I
Wow.
would take the binder paper and I would walk to my friend's house. My friend lived about 2 miles away. I'd walk to his house, type in stuff, see what worked, fix what didn't, and I just kept doing that and kept doing that until I actually got a game done. Then growing up in the Bay Area, you're fortunate. It was pre-internet, but I was fortunate I had access to video game companies around. So there was this magazine called Antic, and it was all about the Atari. I straight walked into their offices because I looked at the address. It was downtown San
You
Francisco.
just walked into their house.
Yep.
That's
I
amazing.
I sat down, I made like 3 games, and then I walked in with a disc and I handed it to them and said, I think you guys could use these. And the receptionist looked at me like I was nuts and said, okay, I'll pass it on. And I didn't think anything was going to happen. I'm just a 14-year-old kid. And sure enough, they called me back and said, we love them. Here, sign away your rights. And I did. And it was
Wow,
sold.
that's crazy. So you essentially basically bootstrapped your own games and got yourself into the industry. I'm thinking back to when I wanted to actually get into gaming and how I was sort of essentially didn't wasn't able to get in. I just went into tech. I never thought of the fact just walking into some corporate office and like, here's my stuff and I'm gonna throw it in your face. That's very bold. That takes a lot of courage that I don't think a lot of people have. And if someone was going to be entering this industry, how would you sort of what advice would you give them in order to like really as a developer of color, as a person who's seriously interested in being in this business, what would your recommendation be to get started?
I always tell everybody, make something. Make something. It's the most important thing. Don't, it's going to sound harsh, but ideas are free, execution costs. So
It's true.
everybody's got an
Yeah.
idea. I
That's
could
what's
give
up.
you like 10 ideas right now and not even sweat it because I know that it's only down to the people that are going to make it. And
Yeah.
I've done thousands and thousands of interviews for designers and artists over my 35 years at various companies. And the people that I look at and the people that I put on are the ones that made something, the ones that can show me
Yeah.
that they're hungry and they want it. Not, I got an idea. How about,
Yeah.
Jean-Claude Van Damme and it's like
I
whatever.
I hear
So
that all the time
That's
too. It's
that's
crazy.
and the thing is like, yeah, I guess I was bold. I don't know. I was just like, man, I got these games. My friends like them. Maybe I could, get in there. But nowadays, you have access. You have
Hmm.
access to people. Somebody wants to hit me up, hit me up on Twitter. You have access to all the information you need. You have engines, and so really, you need to get out there and get your idea out there. And even if somebody doesn't want to put you on, that's like, a publisher or whatever, you can just you can ship it yourself, you know.
right.
And I didn't have that when I grew up. So I went into AAA and into working for people. And I think I worked for people a little longer than I should have, but uh,
Yeah.
but I went into that route because you couldn't really distribute your own stuff uh,
Yeah.
back in the 80s. You had to have somebody,
So
but now you could push a button
Can
and talk to millions of people.
Real
Awesome.
quick, can you run down a list? I know we just saw your demo, right? And you've been working on games for, you said 35 years, right?
Yeah.
What can you run down your list of some of the games that you worked on? Because I think that people need to hear that. You know.
Oh my God. No, see, honestly, I forget sometimes when I'm running this stuff through my head, because there's stuff that I've touched and it's been like, oh yeah, that's right. General Chaos, Crew Ball,
This
Harley's
dude behind
Humongous
this
Adventure.
dude behind the
Uh,
camera is like General Chaos. I remember that. I was like, we
uh,
should have another General Chaos. But anyway, keep
uh,
going. My bad.
we should. And actually, I just saw that the original. So I did some what they call AP, assistant producer kind of. So it's kind of design light, but mostly feedback and all that. But I was talking to the original designer, and he's trying to get off the ground a sequel.
That
And so
is dope. Yeah.
a lot of us old heads are out there going, you know what? People liked our stuff before. Maybe we should do it again. Um,
Absolutely.
but yeah, I mean, that was just a handful of 16-bit stuff. There's Legacy of Kain, Madden
Legacy
Football,
Kane.
um, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which I think is actually, it's over there somewhere. Yeah. Um, Wrath. Uh, I worked on pre-production for Getting Up,
Mark
which is
Echo.
Mark Echo.
Yeah.
Um, oh man, Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. That was fun because we basically had to throw everything away that we had started on, and then basically did that game in about a year, start to finish, while the movie was moving out from underneath us. Star Trek DS9: The Fallen. Um, oh Lord, Strider. Love
Strider.
Strider.
Absolutely.
Medal of Honor 2010. Um, and of course, the Strike series: Desert, Jungle, Urban, Soviet, Nuclear. um, Even briefly, there's stuff I've touched. Like I said, I forgot. Like even worked on some these stunt levels in Jet Moto 3. Um, Man, and I wish I had known you were asked. I'd have a nice healthy list in front of me.
No,
Dude,
But
I
no.
that's off the
mean,
top of my head.
That was off the top of your
And
head.
there's a whole slew of edutainment stuff
yeah.
that I had done too. Because see, I have twins. Shout out to Alan and William. Those are my older twins. They're now like 30. I know I hate to say that, but that makes me something else. But I got two sets of twins, and I always thought, I want to do some educational stuff. So back in '90, I did some educational stuff, Berenstain Bears stuff, did the first CD-ROM ever for Windows called Compton's New Media Encyclopedia, which is based on the Britannica Encyclopedia. It's been a long, long road and a bunch of
So
stuff.
what's the next evolution? You got Retro Ninja. You just announced that you are doing your own thing. You're sparking a new venture. You want to take, this into your own hands. So what do you got going on right now? Can you talk a little bit about Retro Ninja?
Yeah, so Retro Ninja is my new independent company down here in SoCal. I was just sitting there, and I get antsy when I'm not making stuff, often. And like every second of every day, there's a new idea,
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, you gotta make it. And if you're sitting there working for somebody else and their schedule, what they're doing is not kind of aligning with what you want to do, then maybe you got to make a change. And so I was sitting there and going, it's been over 3 decades, and I should probably make that change right now. So Retro Ninja is my new company, and it's focused on the kind of games I used to make, arcade, action, adventure, brawling, all of that stuff that a lot of companies aren't doing right now because they don't, they're just chasing the big money. Everybody's like, how do I make the new Fortnite, or how do I make, Last of Us 3 or whatever? And that's cool. I got plenty of friends that work on all of those games, and I play them and all that. But when I sit and think about what I like to play on the regular and what I like to make, it's not those type of games, It's more like what I've done before, like Strider, like Buffy, even to some extent like Medal of Honor, and certainly like Kane and Strike, where they're mechanics focused games, they're arcade action games, and there's something really visceral about them.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when I was working in a big studio environment, a lot of people would go, "Oh, we can't do that because that's just over the top." And I'm all, "That's the money, you know."
Yeah, you gotta do unique
Right.
Yeah.
things.
So
I
why do
mean,
you think there's sort of a not an investment in the sort of the game mechanics and the sort of the retro games anymore? Why do you think that the companies are diverging from that, or not investing in that?
like I said, a lot of them are chasing the big money, because they need to put so many people in place, and they need to feed that machine. I'm not looking at you know I'm not looking at putting 100 people onto something for 3 years, or even more than that. So the return on investment for me is a lot lower than someone like Electronic Arts or something going, yeah, we need to make sure that this thing sells, 20 million units, or it's a failure or something like that.
Okay.
So they're out there doing the big blockbuster stuff, kind of like Hollywood, and that's cool because I think you need that. You need that engine to help drive. It's great whenever outsiders look at our business and go, "Oh, look at how many billions it makes," but the little guy's not making the billions. I'm not,
Yeah.
I didn't make billions, and and so I, I just think there's an underserved market, and that it's because those guys don't see the big dollars there until maybe someone else does it, and then they go, oh, we'll dip our toe in. So if I have to go in there and show them that there's still value in doing something that's like double A or big I indie,
Hmm.
then I'm down. I'll do that.
What is your team composed of? Are you rolling this out like lone wolf style, or do you have a team that's surrounding you developing your next projects? Just
Uh,
curious.
I have a short list of people, and they know who they are, or maybe they don't. I don't know. I'm probably gonna get a I'm probably gonna get a whole bunch of emails. Oh, I'm on a list, blah blah blah. But right now, this first one is is Lone Wolf, and that's primarily because the bootstrapping, trying to keep costs low, but also when you make something and you're part of a big team and everything, everybody's like, oh yeah, like, oh, that's cool, you made this thing, but what really did you do? And it's great to be in a team and to contribute. For me, coming from where I came from, like I told you, I sat down and wrote my first game on binder paper and then turned it
Yeah,
in and everything. I just wanted to roll back to that.
I feel
For
you on
this
that.
for this
Yeah,
first one that I'm gonna roll out, I wanted to show people, it was like, by the way, I didn't just put those things about music and code and art and design on my resume for bullet points. I mean it. I live it every
yeah,
day.
yeah, for sure. That's pretty sick. Like for sure. You gonna say something?
Absolutely. So I want to talk a little bit about access in this industry. I know that there's obviously a problem with access for folks of color in this industry. So what did you do that it's different besides just bootstrap it yourself? And so how did you worked in AAA, you worked in a number of really profitable on titles. Like, how did you network your way, and how did you sort of overcome these barriers for as a person of color in this industry?
I'll tell you, probably the first thing was not going by my real name. That sounds funny. But no, but honestly, like everybody knows me as Tony, but that's not my real name. And part of the reason I changed my name was because people just couldn't say my name. Yeah, my name is Lavelle, my real name. And for
Oh,
some strange
wow.
reason,
People
yeah,
couldn't
for
say
some
Lavelle.
strange reason, people could not say it. I'm not even, you know what? I'm not going to tell you the catalyst that made me change my name, but I'll just say it was a teacher that called me out my name in third grade because she couldn't say it. But
Wow.
Really?
that, yeah. But
Wow.
you know, that kind of thing,
Yeah.
the name thing, it might still be there, to be honest. You know, like I don't know. I don't know if I would have been put on as much if I was Lavelle. Someone looked at a resume and said, "Who's Lavelle? Am I going to hire him?" But
So you
and I'm not telling.
legally changed your name to Tony.
Yeah, but I'm not telling people to change their name.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm
for
just
sure.
giving you I'm giving you some insight. But like I I, I feel uh like things like this are great because uh I never knew I never knew that there was anybody like me out there making games.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't until being in games for like 10, 15 years that I even heard of Jerry Lawson.
Hmm.
And you know, there could be others like Jerry or like me who nobody knows about. So I'm trying to, you know, not just be out there saying, "Oh, waving my banner and saying Retro Ninja," but I'm trying to let people know we're out there. We've been there. We've been
Yeah.
influencing. We've been touching the products that you guys love, and so support us. You
Yeah.
know,
I
get
think
us get us in the door, and if we can't get in the door, then support us. You know, with your love, with your words, and with your dollars,
that's dope, dude.
because
For sure. Yeah, I think what's really interesting is you said you wrote out a program, a game, you went in and handed it off. I think that that's what a lot of us do in this industry, game development wise. Like, we're not, like you were saying, you don't run around with a banner. I don't run around saying, "Hey, guess what? I'm black, guys." You know what I mean? I'm just being super honest.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm working really hard to do whatever it takes to make this happen. I told myself that I would die before I quit to get into this industry. And I didn't even think about the racial aspect because we're dealing with this every day. So that's just a part of it anyway. It's just really making the work speak for itself, grinding to make things happen, make games and that kind of thing. And that's awesome that you represent that. And that's a testament of, to that kind of mindset. It's like, we're developers, like, we're
yeah,
grinding on
we
that.
we we are all creators and we are all artists. You know, it's crazy. I was sitting there at Amazon, and they hire this new kid. His name is Trey Vital. Check his he's a tech artist. Check his stuff out. He's awesome. But like he came in and they were showing him around, and the second that he turned the corner and saw me, I saw his eyes light up, and we looked at each other and we knew, you know that look.
Yeah.
Yeah, that look.
And
Yeah.
Give the
The nod.
the
Yeah.
yep. And the thing is like there should be more of that. And I shout out to him because I was sitting there getting complacent. I was like, yeah, you know, it's all good. I've been doing this for like 3 decades. Yeah. And um, he was new, you know,
Yeah.
and you know, he still is. And he has that fire where he was like, well, you know, I'm doing this on the side, I'm doing that hustle and all that. And I was like, man, where do you find the time for all that? And he said, you just got to make time. You just got to make time, even if it's just pushing something ahead 1 hour a day. One
Yeah.
hour, that's still one
that's it.
hour closer.
For
And it's
sure.
crazy that I've been doing this forever, and it took, you know, the new generation to remind me of that kid that walked into that shop with a disc in his hand and said, "You need these games."
That's why I work with
yeah.
the students in our program, is because they keep me engaged. They keep that fire in me, because I'm seeing the industry through their eyes, because my lens of the tech industry is much different than their lens of the tech industry. Like, they're brand new to it. I was in the tech industry alone. Like,
Yeah.
there was always literally like the only black guy that working at the company. And then when you go into that, and when you see like a small number of those folks of color in that industry, and you're like, all right, now there's a little bit of a momentum. I want to push harder. That even gives me
Yeah.
that drives me
Yeah.
harder to want to do more.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think yeah, it's true. Oh, we gonna say something?
So, sorry. No. So, yeah, I mean that's again why I'm out here is like I said, I'm not just out here to try and wave my own banner. I'm just like trying to let people know, hey,
Yeah.
we're out here and we've been here, so I'm gonna get mine. You get yours, you know. And, and honestly,
Yeah.
the best way to do it is to do it.
Yeah, you just
Don't
gotta
don't
make
don't
things happen. Yeah.
don't talk about it. Be it. I feel bad that I couldn't get you a trailer for my new thing, but you know,
Your new
there's
thing is
time.
dope. Yeah, we'll do this again. This is not going to be the one and only time we do this,
Yeah,
because I
I
think
mean, you saw a little snippet,
it
so
looks super sick. I was like, he did this by himself, of course. And I mean, before we wrap up, like, you aren't just a programmer. You're doing art, design, rigging, probably. Like, you're running the
It's
gamut
insane.
of the development process.
yeah,
And it's, I think what's interesting, like you're saying, don't talk it, or don't just say you have these ideas. You have to put in the work to understanding how each one of these facets of the development work. Because I mean, number one, even if you do want to just be an artist, or you do want to just be a designer, you having the ability to understand each one of those areas of game development allows you to communicate to those people who are going to
yep,
be in your team that much better, and
yeah,
to be a manager, or to be a producer, or if you're an artist and you're trying to get the programmer to do something design wise, you need to communicate that, and you understand it from their perspective, and then they will understand it from our perspective. So grinding to make that happen, to understand that, is I think that's vital too. Like, if you really want this, you got to really, do
oh yeah,
everything it takes to make it happen,
yeah. Because I mean, for everyone's success story, there's 10,000 people that said I got an idea and didn't do anything with it. Maybe
Yeah.
100,000.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. But thank you so much for hopping on board.
oh
Boyd,
no,
what the hell? On board, Tony. It was amazing to just to talk to you, as always. Where can they find you? And can you just share about your info about Retro Ninja, what you got going on, and then yeah, for sure.
yeah. I mean, I'm out there on all the all the Twitters and the Facebooks and all that.
You on
Part
TikTok
part of
too?
the my son is my son my younger one of my younger twins rocking a modeling and acting career right now. So
Oh
he's
wow.
active on TikTok and IG. Well, I'm I'm an old head. I'm not a boomer though. Don't even put me in that. Remember, I started young. So, but yeah, you could check me on uh, retroninja.com, Retro Ninja 5 on Twitter, Facebook / Retro Ninja, and I'm always open. Hit me up.
Cool.
Awesome.
Well, thanks
Awesome.
so much for joining us. Everybody, check out Retro Ninja. Some amazing things on the horizon from Tony. Yes.
Thank you for joining, man. That was
Yeah,
amazing.
that was really dope. I do want to just like take a minute to thank everybody, like all the folks who are with us streaming this actually. So Twitch has been an amazing supporter. GameSpot, IGN, it like just allowing us to share what's going on now with these folks, and broadcasting it to everyone. They've been a very strong component of that, and have, even when we were shifting the Guerrilla Collective, they were like, yo, you guys, we will still support you guys 100% if you're going to go this weekend, even if we have to shift. And that means a whole lot, you know, during this time.
That is truly amazing. And I want to thank Justin for letting me co-host with him. I'm not a traditional gamer. I'm also a tech guy, but you know, I'm supporting gaming and I'm supporting tech. And I just love to see folks of color doing their thing and like really promoting our craft.
Word. Thanks for joining me. Yes. So we got Marcus Montgomery on board next. But let's promote Gameheads again. Well, he's gonna be doing that with you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are homies.
We're on the same board.
But yeah, Marcus Montgomery. We have a video that we're gonna roll out for Gameheads, I believe. So let's do that right now.
Gameheads is very diverse and we're very close to each other.
We teach game design and development from the ground up. They make video games that are about their community. It's not every day that a kid who lives in West Oakland or lives in Richmond gets an opportunity to be trained and mentored by somebody who works at Riot Games or works at Naughty Dog or works at EA.
Sounds great.
Issues I see in the gaming industry would be like a lack of diversity, and whether that's based on like gender and race, especially for women. Like there's like a lot of games where they're sexualized and it's just really not cool. I would assume that if I didn't have Gameheads behind me, I would have a really hard time. I believe that there's a lot of games that don't show what Latina women actually are. My team was very inspired in creating a game that involved the Me Too movement since we're an all-girl team. The game that I've designed is called Pussy Punch-Out. This game is basically about a cat taking revenge on frat guys. It was a game to teach people that toxic masculinity shouldn't be okay and that we need to fight against it.
Diversity is important in the game industry because even though you know the context, you won't be able to know like the feeling like through experiences. So you need different people with different experiences to convey emotions that a player can feel themselves.
And they'll attempt to help you.
Gameheads is definitely promoting people to be more open about who they are, and they teach them about how their identity can affect what is in the gaming industry. The one and only game that I worked on is called Offbeat Asians. You as a character fight personified Asian stereotypical like metaphors, what an Asian would be fit into.
So what we found is that 50% of our students are in college studying science, technology, engineering, design, or math. And those are a big deal for us.
I think it's important for Gameheads to exist in Oakland because there's so many people that want to go into a big career path in Oakland. So I think Gameheads really opens an opportunity for them to expand whatever they need to expand on.
We need that type of representation. We're not always telling the same story when it comes to different ethnicities. We all experience different things. Gameheads is really just kind of pushing people who have different backgrounds and different ideas and kind of giving them a platform to kind of reach out to other people who look like us.
So that was a clip from Gameheads, who this dude, Alfonso, helps represent. And also our next guest, Marcus Montgomery, who's a veteran game developer as well. He supports this, and he is on the line. So we're going to chat with him for a minute. What is popping? What's up, Marcus?
What's going on, brother?
What's going on? It's good to be here.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Your scenery is amazing, by the way. How it's like reflecting. It looks sick.
Well, you already know how great it is. That's the result of my wife, because you know I ain't got no style.
That's amazing.
That's true.
Yeah, so it's thanks so much for joining us. You know, all this has been coming together, and you hopped on board to talk about your experience in the game industry. I think that's extremely important. I remember when I met you for the first time. I can't remember. We met each other in passing a few times at some of these meetups, in these Bay Area meetups, and then at Gameheads when I was checking out the showcase for the first time, like 3 years ago, I believe. And then we just start chopping it up, and you were telling me like where you were working and the things you were working on, and I was like, what the hell? That's so awesome. Again, my eyes light up every time I hear another game developer of color, and we're able to exchange war stories and stories about what we're doing and hustling and that kind of thing. Can you talk a little bit about your background?
Right. I'm a game designer. I've been in the industry 20 some odd years now. I rival Tony, but Tony definitely has so much more done. I've been in the industry 20 some odd years. I got started at Sega. I was in the test department. Um, and before that, actually, I had just, how do I put this? I wanted to get in the industry. I studied computer science. I got a degree in computer science and was going to go back to Wisconsin and learn how to write database software for banks. And that wasn't really what I wanted to do. Before I graduated, I wrote Sega a letter and said, I want an internship. I want any sort of entry level position you can give me. And from there, they wrote me back maybe about a month after me being home and saying, hey, we've got an internship. Would you like to come out? And I said, yes. And I packed up the car. 2 days later, I was in the Bay Area trying to make my way.
Oh my God. That is like, it resonates so much. That's exactly what happened to me. And I'm not trying to make this about me, but like, I can't help it. Like when I didn't even know that. But yeah, that's the same thing. Like I was like, do or die. I was in San Diego. I got this opportunity at IGN to showcase our game and live up here and work for 3 months. I had no money. And I was like, I got a loan from the school to pay for myself, packed up our shit, and just drove to San Francisco.
If I remember correctly, you were in some reality game show when you started.
Yeah,
that's how you first got on my radar.
Oh, really? I didn't even know anyone saw that.
I saw it, and I was like, oh, there's a brother out here trying to do some sort of game. And then I remember it was your combo man, and I was like, that looks right up my alley. I need to know who this dude is. Yeah. So I always kept an eye out for you.
Cool.
What's interesting about all of you guys' stories, so your story, Marcus, all these stories, that you guys have to put everything on the line in order to get into the industry. That seems a little terrible. Like, as from a perspective of like how folks of color get in this industry, it's like, all right, what I want you to do is like, if you want to get in the game industry, you need to risk everything, and if you make it, you'll be fine. If you don't, then
But I mean, the thing about it is, it makes you that much stronger. And this is my from my perspective, is that it makes you that much stronger. And it didn't matter. Like anything could get thrown at me. You know what I mean? Any obstacle could get thrown at me. I'm dying for what I want to do. So it didn't matter. I would make it. And you're right. It's like, it's not easy.
That's a serious barrier for you guys are confident people. So I think you and Marcus and the folks that we've talked to are like super confident and driven folks. But what that does is it sets you apart from everyone else. So it's like you have to be exceptional in order to get in this industry. And that's the thing that I'm trying to sort of, take down those barriers with the Gameheads program and with the DevOps program. Is like, yes, I want you to work hard. I want you to invest in yourself, but you shouldn't have to risk everything that you are in order to be in this industry. Like it should be, it's about access to this industry, and it's about having a pathway to do it. And that's why I think what happens with folks of color is like, well, you made it. Well, why can't the rest of your people make it? Like the rest of our people can't make it because one, they don't have a computer at home. They don't have internet. They don't have there's all these barriers that are up in front of us. So.
There's a lot of things that are barriers, and I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I think for my situation, 20 some odd years ago, there was no industry that I knew of outside of probably Bally Midway arcade games that I could get into. And that wasn't something that I knew about or how to do. Sega was something I loved, and I threw out that Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Once I got out here, and 15, 20 years ago, you realize the Bay Area is where you needed to be if you wanted
Yes.
to learn and thrive
Exactly.
and build a career in video games. That is not the case anymore. As with Unity and Unreal and GameMaker and all these other different software packages, there's been a democratization of effort. And the risk is not necessarily as strong, but the truth is, if you want to work at certain developers, if you want to work with certain particular studios, you're going to have to leave where you are to go do that. That may be changing now that everyone realizes remote working is possible for a lot of different studios. We've been thrust into that realization. I've worked with companies that have had remote working before. But that said, there is a certain amount of, I think the key thing that needs to be really said is there needs to be grit.
Yes,
You need
exactly.
to want to do
Yes.
this. Like, you just can't say
Yeah.
this isn't working at McDonald's. You can't just say I'm going to go put in an application here, here, and here and just work.
Correct.
Yeah, there's access there, but the barrier to success is really, really low. For games, there's a lot of effort and focus and skill and a drive that you need to have to learn, because the industry, and you know this, Alfonso, 5 years ago, the security software is different than what it is today, right? And you have to
Yes.
be on top of every year. You need to be learning something new. Every 2 years, you need to be learning something
Every
new
6
because
months.
people are
Yeah.
every 6 months. And so the same thing is with the game
Same
industry.
with
If you're not on
gaming.
top of
Yeah.
what's happening.
Yeah.
So this is one of the things that we've been trying to, at least with Gameheads, and one of the things I think has been great is that we're trying to instill that understanding of grit. We also comprehend not all of our students are going to necessarily move into the industry, but we do want to teach them the aspects of grit that are going to make them successful in whatever avenues they choose to pursue. And
Yeah.
we've been seeing that become beneficial as our students move off into USC, they move off into San Diego, UC San Diego, they move off into NYU, Chico, Santa Cruz, all these different
Yeah.
places. And that's the sort of thing that's going to help them survive, and not just in school, but in their careers beyond.
Yeah, I think that what we're talking, since we're having a dialogue, like a triangular dialogue about this, it was like about to get heated for a second. But one thing I do think, for because I think grit is in the industry is a major factor for anyone, but the access comes with executives, and executives making the decision to also see other minorities or people of color having the grit, wherewithal, and then the education and experience in order to pull them up, right?
Correct.
And that's what, when there's all these funds, like Gameheads is really an amazing component in that, because you're teaching kids from the ground level up to get their education, to understand how the industry works, that type of thing. But the folks that have already graduated and are trying to get into it, and there's these, like right now, because of the Black Lives Matter movement, all these things, there's these funds popping up everywhere. But what I feel that they should do also, while doing charitable events like with Gameheads and the NAACP and that type of thing, they need to put their money where their mouth is and actually start hiring internally executives to help out, competent executives who know what they're doing, to hire other folks, people of color too. So that's just my random. That's my.
No, it's not random.
Okay.
It is not random at all. Like, one of the things that I think is the thing that I think has been very important about the Gameheads program is that we're really trying to tackle the pipeline at all points along the path. So we're trying to get kids right in high school. We're carrying them through college. But then the thing that we're still trying to build into our program, and this would be a call out to gaming studios and these publishers, is that we need internships. We need paths into employment.
Yes.
We're building those executives right now.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
You think you look at Gameheads, we're building those executives, and they're ready,
you're right.
and they will be ready in the next 3 to 5 years. But they need that doorway, they need that opportunity, and we're not getting those internships. We're not getting those entry level positions to bolster their actual application of the knowledge that we're trying to build on them right now.
Yeah.
The pipeline fails.
Yes. Speaking of that, so I run the DevOps program at Gameheads,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
I've been able to do that with the DevOps program because I was an executive at a healthcare startup. So as the students sort of applied for opportunities at the organization, I was the hiring manager. So it made it easier for those students to get into that organization, and 4 of them have full-time positions and are doing really well and thriving. So it all it takes is one individual inside of an organization to care enough to actually make that investment and to connect with our program
Yeah.
or any program that's doing this kind of work. So
Or just in the
that's-
real world,
Yeah.
in general. You know what I mean? When I was young, if I had game heads, I'd be on top of that, but I didn't. So, but if there were other people, and I've had amazing mentors of all colors, but if there were some that I could identify with, that would be, very amazing. Let's
I
get.
would,
I want to. Oh, go ahead.
I would just say this one thing. Speaking on that, we're always looking for mentors. That's one of the key component of Gameheads program, right? So one of the things we do is we work with professional developers in across different game studios. We've got folks from Ubisoft, we got people from Microsoft, we have folks from Naughty Dog, we have folks support from Riot and EA, and these people get paired with our students because, Justin, as you know, it isn't always necessarily what you know; it's who you know.
It's who you know.
And
Yeah.
if we can
Yeah.
build these relationships early and have them start to work with our students and get to know them, that actually helps kind of bridge that gap. And it's not about, how did we say it? It's not getting about a hand out; it's getting a hand up, right?
Yes,
And that's what
exactly.
we're
like that.
That's the main thing. Yeah. I want to talk more about your what you've worked on, because I think that's what you've
Yep.
done is amazing in the industry.
Oh, that's very kind. I think some of us who've been in the industry longer have games that we're extremely proud of and games that we tend to try to forget. Uh,
Yeah, for sure.
But my start, I started off with Sega and I tested a lot of different things for the Saturn, Genesis era. From there, my first game development job was at Cyclone Studios. They were owned by the 3DO company, and Cyclone Studios had a game called Uprising on PC, but they were trying to start their first foray into console, and they decided that Uprising would make a good console game on PlayStation 1. So I worked on Uprising X, which was not a port, but a conversion to try and make it work. From there, we moved wholeheartedly under the 3DO umbrella, and I worked on 2 Army Men Air Attack titles, actually very heavily inspired by the Strike series that Tony worked on.
Yes, I
Um,
remember those.
and then from there, I moved it over to first party Sony and worked on Rise to Honor featuring Jet Li. That was my first AAA game.
You worked on that?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I was.
I'm sorry. I'm getting nerdy right now. I can't help it. I'm getting
No, that's
giddy.
fine.
I remember playing that. It had you use the analog sticks to fight the
Yep.
different dudes, which is one of the first times they utilized that. And then later on, Batman kind of
Yep.
used that idea. Anyway.
Yeah, we were the beginning of that sort of dual stick fighting. It was kind of interesting. We were really trying to emulate Hong Kong action, and we really wanted the game to feel like a full-on film. We had no loading screens. It was nonstop action. I focused a lot on the AI and group combat, and defined on that, and worked on a lot of just the behaviors of how the rhythm of the fighting in those groups. From there, this was during the recession, and I moved over to Backbone Entertainment and got to work on some of the Capcom remakes. So I was lead on Commando 3, Wolf of the Battlefield, and then worked on 1942 Joint Strike for
That's cool.
Xbox 360 and PSN. Those are some of working there was one of the best things I could work on. Got to work on a Gauntlet game for DS that never came out. There's ROMs floating around, some out there.
Oh, wow. Was that
Yeah,
Backbone?
Yeah, it was Backbone with Mike Micah, who's now at Other Ocean. What else did I work on? Dance Central 3. Backbone had a very long-standing relationship with Harmonix, working on a lot of Rock Band ports and such, and I got to collaborate with Harmonix on developing Dance Central and some of the mini games and stuff that came out from that. From there, I moved over to free to play, and I worked on a MOBA called Tome Immortal Arena. Then what was after that? Yeah, a bunch of different things. Yeah, most recently, I worked on Zombie Gunship Survival for Limbic Software. That game is still out there, being run by the publisher. And then the most recent thing that I worked on was Power Rangers Legacy Wars with my friends over at Enway. That is a mobile game that's still out there. They just made the Power Rangers Battle for the Grid console game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I got to work on the mobile version. That was a lot of fun. I watched way too many Power Rangers clips. Way too many. I had no idea. Like I ejected after like the first 2 seasons and didn't realize that it kept going. Well, I did, but didn't really pay attention. There's like 25 seasons or something. It's insane.
That's cool. So now you're at Facebook making some things. I know you can't talk about it. I just
no comment on that.
Did I mess up by saying you're working with them?
No, not at all.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
That's my current employment. But I spend most of my time, whether free time, working with Gameheads and really focusing on trying to get these students prepared for their next sets of their career.
Yeah. Marcus is an amazing mentor, and he is hard on the students. And I love that because that's how we drive the students. That's where the grit comes from. It's like we expect from them the same level of investment that we expect from ourselves. And that's how they're going to make it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you said, right? A hand up, right? and you have to like make sure that what you do, you're striving for excellence and greatness every time, as opposed to just like doing the bare minimum. Because you know what I mean? Like, I think that's a part of, you know, what we in this culture is like, we can't expect that. We have to just keep striving.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
one of the best things has been our students have been really focused on trying to tell their unique stories, and you know, whether it be games about gentrification or having communication gaps with your own parents who are immigrants, or just even trying to explain the experience of just being a mother. It's been really, really good.
Cool. Well, anyway, man, it's been awesome having you on. What's next for Gameheads? What you're working on for Gameheads? Have you been a part of the process, the onboarding process for everything going virtual?
Yes. Right now, the biggest thing that we're focused on is how we're going to break into our student team so they can work on their summer projects. And Justin, you've been to our showcase.
Yes.
We take the summer break for our students in the next 2 to 3 months. They break into teams, come up with their own game ideas, and then our instructors and mentors help guide them to make sure that they can complete something. And it's usually a 3 to 5 minute demo explaining their vision and have something playable by the end of this year. So we're focusing on how we're going to be able to remote work and collaborate, and also have a distanced showcase where we can share our products with the world.
Awesome. Yeah, so Gameheads is looking for mentors. You can donate through Tiltify, through Guerrilla Collective. I can't believe this is ridiculous, but through Guerrilla, so much.
Weekend,
yeah, exactly. Through Guerilla Collective, and check out Gameheads. Anything else you want to kind of add to that, to the discussion before we wrap up?
I just want to say thank you for this platform. It's been a blessing to get to know you, and I've actually been really excited to see what I've seen today, seeing Ahmed, seeing Will, definitely seeing Tony, because I know Tony, we go way back, and I just can't wait to see what else you have on your docket. So thank you for this opportunity.
Cool. Yeah, we got to link up and do this again for sure.
Awesome.
Definitely. We can probably do it around our showcase in August.
Yep. Yes. All right. Thank you so much, Marcus. That was Marcus Montgomery. He's amazing. Like, such a long record of stuff that he's put together and have worked on, and you know, helping Gameheads which is really cool. Kind of seeing all that pulls me into it. Like, I want to help. I want to give back, that kind of thing. So make sure to donate. We got another amazing game, Corrupt, from Jesse Wright, coming up. Check out his trailer.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, cool. Thanks.
So that was the Corrupt trailer. We got Jesse right on the line, an amazing developer, super hustler as well. What's up, Jesse?
This platform, very cool.
How you doing?
Good, man. How's everything going for you?
It's good. It's been real crazy lately. We were chatting a few days ago about everything, like while we were setting this up. But I think one thing, just kind of leading into this, I mean, number one, Corrupt looks sick. Like it looks really, really good.
Super dope, man.
It looks really amazing. And we first met, because you were working on Black Salt Corruption, which was also really amazing. And like it was Evo was the first time we connected, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Or was it another? Yeah, so we work with the Mix collaborates with Evo every year since 2013, I believe, when we were working on our first game, and it kind of escalated for us, like actually having this big space, and they love working with indie developers, and so we put out feelers for having like fighting games and couch co-op and local multiplayer games at Evo, which is the biggest fighting game tournament in the world. And Jesse put in his form or his submission for Black Salt Corruption, and we saw it. And I was like, what is this? Where did this come from? And then we met, and then like this dude is like an extra hustler. Like he is just like figuring out how to get his game to Master P and like Snoop and all these folks, putting his like trailers out and stuff, and then he's connected with a new team to make this new game. So can you talk about like how you got started and how Corrupt kind of came to be?
Yeah, so with Corrupt, it's kind of funny. It's really the first project I started working on back in like 2010, actually. I was writing it in a dorm room, writing the story, and the inspiration for it really came from my love for like Japanese RPGs and so many like games like Devil May Cry and those really awesome action titles. But I wanted to do that, but have a character that kind of looked like me, something that I could see myself in. And to also do it without it being like a heavy political message. I think the big thing with Black characters is it's always a statement. It always has to be some big political thing where it's like, because we can only fit so many stereotypes when it comes to video games. You're either, you're Barrett from Final Fantasy, that theme, or you're a boxer, you're an ex-athlete in space. It's always, that's as about as future as you get,
That's our range.
Yeah. Did you say in space?
No, it's always stuff like
okay.
From
it's true.
What's that? Gears of War. You got culture. It's like, okay, you got awesome generals, and then he played football, of course. But it's just one of those things where it's we only fit so many different stereotypes. So I was just like, man, I want to make a dope action series with Black characters, and they're just Black. It's not like I'm not gonna sit in there where Gatling's fighting. He's like, I'm Black. I did this. He's just fighting and he's Black.
Yeah. I think that's something that we were talking about a few days ago. It's like, and it keeps coming up. The theme is like, we're working hard to make that's our statement, right? Like that, we're not running around waving a flag. Yo, I'm a Black developer. It's like, no, we want to put good work out, and we want to put stuff that we wish we saw when we were younger. You know what I mean? Like characters that like fit within the genres that we love, right?
Yeah,
for sure. And that's one of the big things is like, I'm sorry if I cut you off there real quick. I'm just gonna say one of the big things is, I'm basing it off real experiences in my life. So, Gatling, the main character with the sword you saw there, is based off of my brother. That's the coolest person in my life. I've always looked up to him. Everything he does is so cool. He was my superhero. So it was like, I can, create video games and do something like this. So I'm going to, translate from real experiences. But at that same time, it's like in entertainment again, the statement wasn't like, okay, it's all these Black characters because we're waving this flag. It's like, it's high quality stuff. It's Black characters. It's cool, and I'm Black.
Yeah, there was a very interesting interview with the creator of Spawn. They asked him why the Spawn character was. They asked him why the Spawn's character was Black, and then his response was like, "Sometimes people are Black." It was just a very matter-of-fact statement. I just love that response. I'm like, that's it. Like, that's what I want to hear out there. It's like, our characters are Black because sometimes people are Black. Like, that's it. Like, it doesn't have to be more explanation than that.
Well, and I think that's one of the things with, when you have a lot of people even though like Black Panther was so amazing, but you have people that even feel like uncomfortable about whether they can see it or should I feel some kind of way about it or whatever. And then you have people that will say like, we should base it off content, not color and stuff like that, like assuming because it's Black, it's not going to have quality. But at the end of the day, it's like, when slave movies come out, things like that, like we get entertainment that reminds us of struggle and pain and
every time. Yeah.
You go to a slave movie and then you look at your white friends crazy for like 2 weeks. I'm like, oh man, I can't get crazy right now. But then it's like I don't want to be reminded of this all the time because I'm a strong man. I know strong Black people all around me. So I'm going to create something that has strong Black characters in it. And it just is what it is. I'm not saying it every day because I'm a 6'5" Black man. I don't have to tell you.
Yeah, I think that's what was so amazing about Black Panther was that when I love that movie, but it wasn't it was because I forgot about that being like it being about Black characters, right? It was just a story about this this kingdom, right? And it was just like super advanced and it was so cool and it fit within the Marvel universe, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And I think a lot of people felt that way. It wasn't about them being Black. It was just about them being real people and the emotional relationships they had and that kind of thing. So it's really cool that that's your perspective. Can you tell us about like your hustle getting through? Because you've been able to like maneuver so crazy within this. Like, there's been obstacles thrown your way. You're trying to get this game out. You're trying to get funding, and you just keep pushing past those barriers.
Well, yeah. So really, with the previous project, Black Salt Corruption, I was able to, make a good business partner that was able to teach me a lot with like fundraising and just different things about, that when it comes to, putting together a business plan and everything, and then, because that really is one of the hardest things ever. You
Yeah.
can have the best idea, but then telling somebody, it's like one of the hardest things. So being able to learn that, and I'm one of those people that, man, I hit up people all the time, like Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever. Like, I'm
Yeah.
just always kind of hitting people up, because the way I feel is, it's like, I feel like what I'm doing is high quality. I think it looks good, and I'm wanting to make it that way. Where, if you look on Twitter, I'm always engaging with a lot of the fighting game community, because I want to build a game that they love. I want this to be something that is just, we have 10 of different sequels and everything, just like with Mortal Kombat, Street Fighters.
Yes.
So just always engaging with other developers and things like that. But yeah, raising funds. Once I was able to kind of learn how to get over that obstacle, really, I've had so many developers and people I know. So like with Corrupt, I was able to just reach out to some friends that they knew I've been working on this forever. They've even seen previous builds of Corrupt from like 2013, where they're like, "Oh man, I'm all in, because finally I'm at this point where I'm able to get them on board, pay them, and really do this." And I just recently had signed with Rogue Games for Corrupt, so we're actually going to be coming to consoles and PC with Rogue Games.
How did you? Just a quick question. How did you create the team for the new game? Because I thought that was really interesting. How you made that maneuver happen, because this is something that we all have to do. We got to be creative, business wise. We got to be creatively. Like, how are we going to do production, right?
Yeah. So what's cool with Corrupt, again, it's like, this is that passion project that some of the guys on the team are like some of my friends that I've just been talking to in developer groups since like 2009, even. Just where we've just been keeping in touch, and now it's like, hey man, it's finally time. Let's do this. So it was actually funny. I want to say it was Evo. It might have been, no, it wasn't Evo we met. It might have been actually. But I showed you maybe a build of Corrupt, or a trailer, a real old one.
Yeah.
And that was because me and one of my friends was just playing around with some of this stuff. And it was like, man, this is actually starting to do something, So then kind of fast forward to now, I was able to find an amazing 3D artist for the character models. And he's been killing it. The animator is one of my good friends that I actually, he's based out in Korea, and it's so cool. I've been talking to him in developer groups again since like 2009, and he didn't even know English, really. Like, we couldn't even really communicate like that in the first like 2 years of knowing him. But just talking to him so much, and I also didn't go to school or anything for game design, so that's why I was always in developer groups. I'm one of those people that's like, let me see what you're doing, and then I just want to see what I do. And just following tutorials and stuff. So, just kind of, I guess, so many of my friends that have seen me do that and have seen me in those communities, and they just, when it was finally like, man, this thing is crazy, like, we're all in, we just kind of, we're able to all jump into the passion project,
That's awesome.
That's amazing. I'm really, I'm a fighter person, so I'm the DOA, the Mortal Kombat, all of those.
Yeah,
So,
we were like, I was desperately trying to get a build. Hopefully we could get one soon to play. Ever since I saw the new version of the game, I'm like, yo, I gotta play that so I could tear somebody up.
What's up? What's up, man? You gonna hook us up?
Yeah, we'll actually be doing a beta soon.
Okay.
We're working on it. We're actually, kind of talking to the platforms and figuring out some things right now. because we want to do a beta with a lot of the pro players and get like a lot of their. I want them to tear it to shreds. You know what I'm saying? I want them to,
for sure.
you know, tell me everything, hurt my feelings, you know. But then because I want to make this a really awesome fighting game, and we're making it free to play.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah, and we'll kind of announce the monetization, like how we're going to do that later. But I can say that I'm a fighting game guy, and I know what a lot of the guys in the fighting game community, you know, don't like, and I'm always again listening and paying attention to those things. So like, you know, I think Corrupt could be a solution, and that's why I want it to be free to play, because I want everyone to get their hands on it.
Cool. Wow. So Black Salt was released last year, right? In 2019.
Yeah, on Steam Early Access, and it's actually going to be coming out to the Nintendo Switch a little bit later this year.
Okay. Yeah, we had at the Oak Game Fest. You remember Jesse was showing it at the Oak Game Fest, which this dude was helping to, you know, put together as well. But yeah. So I mean, Black Salt Corruption is now on early access. You can wishlist it, follow it, buy it. It's going to be in the Guerrilla Collective games, right? I think it's right there right now, right? Like you can check that out. And it's so. What is your current trajectory for the latest version of Corrupt?
So we do have something to show at the Guerrilla Collective next weekend. So that'll give you a look at kind of the updates that we're bringing. But the next thing is, again, doing a beta. We're just finalizing a lot of the move sets and everything now. So once we do the beta, we want to do that probably, you know, sometime this summer. And then moving into the winter, we'll probably do another beta, probably like a open public beta, and then go into our launch early next year.
Cool. It's not up on Steam yet, right? You're waiting to get everything for. Yeah. I mean, obviously the game isn't, but like the wish list, that's not up yet because you're waiting for everything to get formulated.
Correct. Yeah. Cool, now we're just starting those conversations with the platforms.
Cool. That's so awesome, man. Thanks again for joining us. Everybody, go buy Black Salt Corruption now on Steam. Check it out. Follow Jesse. He's a hustler. Like he's gonna be one of those guys pulling folks up to you know, be a part of this industry in the near future.
I'm buying the game tonight.
Cool. Thanks.
But thanks again.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. You know, again, for this platform, and you know, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
For sure. We're looking forward to checking everything out next week too.
For sure. Yeah, I can't wait for that as well.
All right. Peace. That was Jesse Wright. Black Salt, Corruption, Corrupt, amazing developer, amazing hustler. We got another game coming up. She Dreams Elsewhere. Davion Gooden. So let's check out the trailer and then have a great conversation.
I wanna be
That was the amazing trailer for She Dreams Elsewhere, now available on Steam. We got Davion on the line. We're going to play the game a little bit and have a nice conversation. What's up, Davion?
I can't hear y'all. That's awkward. Hold
Okay.
up.
Yeah, just a second. We got just a second. Cool. Can you hear us?
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
How's
hey,
it
what's
going?
good? What's good?
It's good, man.
You know, everything's on fire, but, you know, we're hanging in there.
We're making, yeah, we're making things happen. Thanks for hopping on.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the game is gorgeous, and I didn't even realize, you know, again, I don't want to keep keep bringing the same thing up, but that you were a black dude, you know what I mean? And it's cool to see that representation, you know, especially for a game that's like has basically caught on fire itself, like as far as like it's getting a lot of traction and people are digging it. It's got a really cool feel and vibe. I'm personally a big RPG fan, you know, myself. So how did you get into game development?
Started actually my 10-year anniversary for all that stuff.
Oh, wow.
And I'm also, like, compared to like a lot of people here, like I'm kind of a young head. I'm
Yeah.
22, so I started this when I was in like 5th grade, messed around on like RPG Maker, had no clue what I was doing, and kind of still don't. But yeah, just kind of kept making games. And when I was in high school, I was like, you know, maybe I can like actually kind of make a career out of this. You know, like actually sell my stuff. So I had some attempts at that. They all failed. They were just really bad projects and didn't even put them out. But then I started She Dreams Elsewhere senior year of high school.
Oh, nice.
And then I almost got canned too, because it's like, it was at the development cycle of like, this is great, this is a cool game, but I got this other idea that I'm excited about, so let me hop on that real quick.
Yeah.
But eventually, like this, I thought about this concept was like, it was too good to just let go like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, here we are now. 5 years working on this, just going insane.
That's crazy. Wait, you're 22 now?
Yeah.
Okay, man, that's awesome. So can you tell us about the plot of, you know, She Dreams Elsewhere and how you kind of came about this concept?
Yeah. So basic concept is that you're playing Astalia and you're in a coma. You got to find out like how you got in a coma, find a way to wake up, confront your own inner nightmares, and just have like this horrible, trippy experience the entire way. So I've always just like loved like dreams and the whole just surrealism in general. And I think it's like a really good avenue to just explore like all types of like emotional and like psychological stuff. So a lot of it's just kind of based on like my own dreams and like personal experiences, just dealing with like anxiety, depression, like, you know, all that fun stuff.
And so you did everything for this game total?
Mostly everything. So I have my composer Mimi Page, who's absolutely amazing. And I have my character designer Yanina. She's also just does like key art and like the actual like full body artwork. Beyond that, it's just been me again going insane for far too long.
Totally understand that. This is really dope.
Super dope.
It's so weird like watching this because like it's like improved like so much like since I put the demo out there and like everything that I've changed. So
where can we find the game? I know obviously it's on Steam. Is this on the Switch, or you're in the process of porting?
Yeah, so it's still in development. It's going to be on Steam, PC, Mac, Linux, Xbox One through Game Pass too.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then like, yeah. So there might be some more stuff coming up soon, you know. So stay tuned.
For sure. So you when you were developing this, were you doing it as you're going to college, or you're this is your passion project? You're like, I'm just going to focus on this for right now.
Yeah. So I started this senior year of high school. Took a break when I was like moving to college, and then I went to DePaul for a semester, and I went for film, and I quickly realized that I hate college. So I was like, you know, this is fun, this is great, but deuces. So came back home, and I've just been working on this full time ever since then.
That's cool. That's cool to jump into your passion. Where are you at? Where are you located? Just curious.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. I mentioned I'm from Columbus. I remember. Yeah.
Hey, Ohio
awesome.
squad.
Yeah, I know, right? O State. So you're there right now.
Yeah.
Cool. And you go to multiple conferences to showcase the game. What was your how was your experience like showing the game and communicating with publishers and that sort of thing? I think a lot of folks looking at this are like, how do I get my game out there? How do I get it funded or marketed if I'm like nose to the grindstone working on this project?
Yeah, it's been crazy. So basically I started kind of showcasing it around just like online, like Reddit, Twitter, just little stuff. My first conference was GDEX in Columbus. And that was September of 2018. And ever since then, kind of like started going to like more conferences, bigger conferences. But the biggest turning point was when I got to GDC through the Indie Mega Booth. Shout out them. And yeah, like once I went there, it was just like a whirlwind of like connections, like meeting like great new people, like porting companies, potential publishers, all that stuff. But yeah, it's just really just about like just getting the word out like as much as possible, like in any way that you can. And yeah, just basically just trying your best as much as possible and hoping that like it's good enough.
Yeah. I remember kind of jumping on that train early on, and it was like a nerve-wracking experience just trying to communicate with everyone and talk about my game and sell it, and that kind of I don't want to like project, but the imposter syndrome sometimes that comes with it, and you're talking about the anxiety and all that stuff that comes along with the development process. How have you been? Because 5 years is a long time to be working on something, which
you're telling me
totally relate, because you have to do that, especially if you're going out on your own. How has that process been? From concept to you getting a nice amount of work done to sharing the game.
It's very exhausting. I don't get any sleep, so I should probably work on that. But yeah, it's weird because like I have like just a lot of anxiety like in general, and like whenever like I just put myself out there, I'm just like, oh my god, like I just want to go to bed. Like, why am I here?
Yeah, for sure.
But like I've gotten better at just like dealing with it like as the years have gone by. And I've also like done theater in the past, which like helps when it comes to like just projecting yourself and putting yourself out there. But every now and then you kind of just need a break, just social media detox. Get my Switch, read a book, just do something else.
Yeah, for sure.
And like ultimately just like kind of keep your head down, just like keep doing you.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. So when is the release date? I'm just curious.
This year, that trailer said come on 2019. That was a bamboozle. That did not happen. But yeah, stay tuned.
Cool.
Super dope, man.
How did you? So Whitethorn Digital, you ended up working with that team for publishing, correct?
For porting.
For porting. Oh, okay. Are you working with a publisher right now? I'm just curious too.
Right now, I'm just self-publishing.
That's the way to go. That's super awesome.
I'm trying.
Yeah. How did you come up with the kind of monochromatic art style for the game?
That was actually a fun little Photoshop error. When I first started working on it, it was in this full, like, colorful, like, Earthbound style. And I was making, like, character sprite, and I pressed the wrong button, and it turned everything black and white. And I was like, that's pretty wrong, but, like, that kind of goes hard. I gotta make this now.
Yeah. It's interesting.
So yeah, I kept developing it.
Yeah, it's cool. It's interesting seeing the blues and then how you switch to different colors in different areas of the game. It's an interesting idea.
Yeah, like I said, like I'm all about like the whole surreal, like psychedelic, like aspect of like anything. So it just fit in perfectly with the vibe I was going for.
What were some of your inspirations for making the game?
Oh, bro, we could be here all day, but so game-wise, stuff like Persona, Kingdom Hearts, Earthbound, Yume Nikki. And I take a lot of inspiration from like other just mediums and like films and stuff, because I'm also like filmmaker too.
Yeah.
stuff like Waking Life, Clerks. I love Seinfeld in Atlanta, like just all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome. How did you incorporate some of that stuff? I know you talked about the psychedelic nature of it. I see the effects when you're going through various areas, which I was like, wow, this is trippy. That I played it for the first time a few days ago, and so like, what can you like name a couple scenes that like kind of that you've incorporated in this in the game?
As far as like inspiration wise?
Yeah, inspiration wise.
So it's like actually this opening scene. So I'm a big fan of Satoshi Kon, and in this film Perfect Blue, there's like in that opening there's like a scene where it's like there's that the flat like the juxtaposition between like the main character, like her idol like life, and then it's like her just like in her room, just kind of like her like in like her normal self, and like there's just so many like little details like scattered about that scene, and like it's all like unspoken. So just like putting like those little details, kind of like fleshing out like who Dahlia is, like what her daily life is like what is she going through. So just like stuff like that. Like I just love like the little details of things.
How have you found it, as a developer of color maneuvering through the space? Like, has it, you know what I mean? Like, have you connected with other developers of color as well?
Yeah, it's so weird because like, I'll be going to like a convention and stuff like that. And I meet a lot of really great people, but like there's always, like I play like a little game whenever I'm walking, I'm like, count the black people. And usually that number is very, very low. But when you do see someone and like it's like a fellow like developer of color, it's like, hey, like, what's good? Like, it's always just like just dope, like seeing that. And people have been really supportive, like, fellow allies, just like coming out, supporting the game, giving feedback. So that's been great. But then like other times, like you'll get online and like you see like the toxic like gamer culture kind of come out, where it's like, this game's too political. She's black. Keep politics out of my games. Like that type of stuff. So it's
yeah. I mean, that's so real though. Like the conversation that we're having, it's like we're not making this shit up. It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
The counting the black people in the room, I think it's something that a lot of like black developers do, subconsciously, or just, and we don't express it to anyone else, besides ourselves in these kind of moments. So it's interesting to kind of know that, because we don't always get to connect in that way. And I think it is, like you were saying, allies or other game developers, I think it's important to know what we're all feeling and how we interact with everyone and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and like I was at the Game Devs of Color Expo last year. Shout out to all the organizers there. And that was really great because like it really was just like you felt like amongst your people there, and like it's like to this day like one of my favorite conventions that I've been to, because like it was so dope, like having like that like same vibe, and like everybody's like on the same wavelength, and yeah, it was so inspiring.
Yeah, for sure. Tell us about the combat. First of all, the music and composition is sick. Like it has you amped up every time.
Yeah, shout out Mimi for that. She did a banger of a job. But yeah, so basic battle system takes a lot from both Persona and Final Fantasy X. You have like your standard like skills, like attack, skills, limits, all that stuff. If you hit an enemy's weak point, you can stun them for a turn. If you hit all enemies at once, you can perform a link attack, which is kind of like, it works a lot like Persona's like all-out attacks. Hit them all for massive damage, just wreck them all up. So yeah, it's all about just like kind of getting through battles as efficiently as possible. Because I've kind of realized that like a lot of RPG players, like they love the combat, but like to a certain extent, like they don't want to be like, I mean it depends on the game, but like they don't want to be like kind of doing the same thing over and over again for like a super long amount of time. And at least I don't. So I prefer simple mechanics more than anything else, and just kind of getting through battles like as fast as possible in like the most efficient way.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, the tactics and just the way everything looks, the UI and the experience it feels really good and natural. I imagine it took a while to get to that place where you're like, oh my god, everything is efficient, it's flowing, and people feel like they're getting into the game and hitting the meat of it right away.
Yeah, like when I first put in like the circle UI, I was like, oh, this is it. You got it. Before that, it was oof. That wasn't fun, but we made it work.
That's super cool. So She Dreams Elsewhere, early access on Steam. It's going to be releasing worldwide on pretty much every console that's going to be out.
One of these days.
One of these days, which is an amazing feat, by the way. You could check it out on the Guerrilla Collective right now. I believe you could purchase it there and check it out on Steam. Thank you so much, Davion.
This is an amazing game. I'm definitely picking it up on Steam, brother.
Thank y'all. Like, thanks. Like, thanks for like just putting us out there and just doing everything you do. Like, it means a lot.
Yeah, for sure. We got to like shout out to the game devs of color too. I forgot to mention, I just talked to Sean earlier. We're trying to figure out a way to coordinate because they have something going on today too, which is, it's awesome. The more the merrier for sure. But yeah, we definitely should connect more, share more about She Dreams Elsewhere, and just keep hustling.
Hey, we're trying out here, man. We're trying our best.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks so much, man.
Hey, peace, y'all.
All right.
Thank you.
Next. Actually, that was Davion. She Dreams Elsewhere. I don't want to just skip past that. That was really dope.
Yeah. I've not seen an RPG made by a person of color. So that's
yeah, the game is really gorgeous. The music is great. Derek Fields next for Onsen Master. And I want to do another shout out again to all the folks who are working with us. We got AV Society. Ryan's back there on the camera and the ones and twos. Wilmer Sound. We're in the studio of Wilmer Sound, a good friend, Alex and Say, who are housing us today, and we put everything together. Raw Fury, David Martinez is in the other room, who's helped us, work this out as well, because this came together really in 2 days. IGN, Twitch, GameSpot, all these folks who are like Valve, who are all working with us to make this happen and have really stuck to their word on making sure to showcase all these great developers and really care about what's going on right now, as it's been a crazy time. So also shout out Gameheads.
Yes, Gameheads. Please donate to the program. We serve Youth of Color and Women in Tech, and it's a worthwhile cause. The program is 100% free to our students, so we just, I'm a volunteer, so I do it every Saturday for free because I believe in the program. I wouldn't put my name behind anything that was not 100% above board. I've been in this industry for 25 years. I don't know any other program that's doing this work.
Cool. Yeah, so make sure to donate through Tiltify. And then we got the trailer for Onsen Master, and we'll be right back. So that was the trailer for Onsen Master. We got Derek on the line. The game looks super fun and amazing. What is happening, Derek? How you doing? You got your situation set up properly. I see that. I see you out there.
People keep calling me out for this setup. It's not.
They call me
spectacular.
they call me. Yeah, at my place. I just got a janky mic and a pop stopper. All you need is a pop stopper, and they think on a phone, and they're like, "Look at this guy."
Yeah, every time I load up. But thank you for having me. And how's it going?
It's going well. It's great to see Onsen Master. It looks amazing. It was great speaking with you the other day, and just want to, shoot the shiznits and
Please do.
talk
Yeah.
about your game and stuff. Yeah, and you're in Ohio, right?
No, so I'm originally from Ohio. So
Okay.
shout out to the original Ohio fan. But I live in Chicago. I've been in
Okay.
Chicago for about 10 years now.
Dope.
Yeah.
So how did you get started in game development?
So, it started in college for me. I was going to school for illustration. When we spoke originally, I was talking about how I started at Columbus College of Art and Design.
Yeah.
And, I decided that illustration, as much as I love it, it wasn't the path that I wanted to be on. And I started to explore, what else I could do. And so 3D modeling took its turn for me. Like later on in college, I transferred colleges, trying to find the right space that I wanted to be in. And then somewhere down the road, just kept trying to develop my portfolio, get involved in games where I can, and wasn't finding jobs. Like I wasn't getting into anything. And so it took a bit of a hiatus for a little bit. And then I told myself, I got to make something if I can't get into anything. And that's where Onsen Master kind of started for me.
That's awesome. How long have you been working on the game?
If I'm being completely honest, Onsen Master started maybe somewhere around 6 years ago. And just, like a small personal project. It was me and my roommate. Shout out to Tim if he's in the chat. But he was my roommate at the time. And we were kind of dabbling on the project together. And, a couple of years went on, we got on another friend. Shout out to Leo for helping us bring it and program things together. But it really took to fruition, once we felt like we had something and we were like, okay, let's start to talk about it. Let's see if we can get involved in other events. And I think that was probably about, 3-4 years ago. Yeah.
That's cool. And so the game is to be released, or is it released already?
No, it's coming out later this year. So about late fall is when we're going to be looking to release it.
That's awesome. So what was your inspiration to create this game? Because I wouldn't have known. I love Japanese culture myself. So
Sure.
And onsen, that's like I've been to some onsens like in Kyoto and things like that. So it's interesting that you chose this theme.
Oh, right. Okay, so and I gotta take a mental note from my wife. She told me to make sure I slow down when I talk because I'll just like fly through shit otherwise. But so Onsen Master, the original inspiration for it for me came from Spirited Away. I'm a huge fan of Ghibli films. I really appreciate the personal aspect that Ghibli films present. A family-friendly narrative to something that's palatable for all audiences, and so when wanting to create a video game that was kind of indicative of that, I was asking myself, how can I create a project that is also, family friendly, but makes representation normal. And so, featuring Black and brown individuals, as the standard characters that are in the story and involved in the narratives that will be at play at the game. And then, there's other anime and JRPG inspirations at play there. I take a lot of inspiration from Persona and Persona Q for how their treatment of kind of that visual novel narrative and all that kind of stuff. So
That's super awesome. How about Waking Oni? How did you create that?
That one's a weird layered story. Or I guess not weird, but like so originally I did illustration, and that was the name that I went by for illustration, just Waking Oni. And I get it sounds a little cliche when I explain it out loud, but wanting to create games and presenting myself as an artist was kind of my own kind of personal awakening. So that's like really cliche, but I was trying to figure out what type of content that I wanted to create, who I am as an individual and who I am as an artist. The Oni part of it is both because the word Oni resides in both Japanese and African cultures, specifically Yoruba. And so there's a lot of cool parallels between the name and what both of those meanings have if you were to like kind of jump into looking those up. And so, I kind of mashed those two things together. Oni also has a bit of background for me in being a Black individual and talking about, let's say, the first Oni in Japanese folklore is Shuten Doji. And so it's a story about this individual who gets kind of outcasted from society, and then they become an Oni and they're recruiting like ruffians and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, you know what, like, as a Black individual, sometimes I kind of feel like an Oni. Sometimes, and that's where I put that all together. So that's like the first time I've had to explain that naming to anybody else before.
Awesome. So if you're talking to other students of color who are trying to get into this business, what advice would you provide them with as well? I've asked this of some other folks we had on the show, but I want to get each of the developers' perspective on this, because I think you guys all have unique experiences.
Yeah, thank you. So, one of the things that I do outside of game development is I teach anime drawing classes at the Japanese Arts Foundation here. And one of the things that's important to me is ensuring that that there's accessibility of resources to those students and accessibility of resources to anybody else that's online and interested in where they can get involved. And so for other students that are, pursuant of wanting to get involved in games or even prototype, some of the personal dream ideas that they've had, I would say, absolutely hit YouTube, hit Unity, start learning Blender, depending on what sort of trade you want to go into, 3D modeling or programming. All of those resources are out there and available. And at this point, just a Google search away now. But I would personally suggest, starting with Unity. They have a lot of, free online tutorial classes, and YouTube has been a huge asset for me in wanting to get involved. Another thing that has helped me get in touch with other developers and individuals is speaking up on Twitter and just chatting with people and mingling whenever you can. I think that would be probably the key ones. And if at all possible, I understand that traveling is, not an available resource for everybody. It's expensive, but if there's local events that are happening, show your face, just be a part of them, and they'll lead to the bigger ones.
How has your experience been, maneuvering through the industry, as a person of color? I mean, that's something it's always interesting to see how people relate and maneuver and traverse different scenarios and stuff,
Right. We're all doing something a little different, and then something a lot of the same. And so, what everybody else has spoke to as far as how they navigate the space, especially at a conference or at a developer event, it's been the same for me. This year would have been my first year at GDC, but unfortunately, COVID kind of canceled all those plans, and so I'm looking forward to getting involved in the other things that happen throughout the rest of the year and then some. But getting involved into them had been, again, it's going to echo what everybody said here, walking into a space, a big room, small room, and counting how many other Black individuals are in that space, and, immediately wanting to connect with them, but not just stopping there, wanting to make sure that I am, meeting and networking with individuals of all backgrounds and all types, because, making those connections are important. And those are the exact connections that have helped me, get Onsen Master off the ground. Same shout out to Game Devs of Color, shout out to Sean for all the feedback that you've given me on that project. That it wouldn't be here without those individuals.
Besides social media, what other networks are you using to connect sort of communities of color and developers of color?
Specifically in Chicago, I am doing my best to get involved and stay involved in any community events that are, promoting technology education for, Black and brown individuals, students from underfunded neighborhoods. So there's been a lot of game events specifically at the University of Chicago that I've been involved in, and other things kind of in that same sphere. What I want for Waking Oni specifically is exactly that, to be able to create games and have a space that can also advocate for young creators that want to be in that can see individuals creating things that look like them. And so I hope to be able to have Waking Oni, as a physical space, at some point in time, and be able to offer that time, for young kids who are they don't know yet that they can be a developer as well.
That's cool. I think that's what's interesting is it kind of reverberates through everyone that we spoke with is, you know, we're really just trying to grind and be game developers and artists first, right? And that's why I didn't know what Wake and Oni was, you know, and that kind of thing, and that it came from another person of color. But it's just super interesting to see that besides when things happen in society or things happen in the world, we don't really necessarily focus on that until we're like in a space where we're trying to connect and socialize and network and that type of thing. So it's good to kind of to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Any other things that you're involved in besides sort of the game development that you think are important to your craft specifically? Like, you know, are there hobbies that sort of feed your creative side?
Other hobbies, you know, it for Onsen Master for game development, you know, mostly it's just been kind of you kind of have to wear all the different hats, you know, anything that goes into the production of it, and so not just the art side, but game design and project management is other things that I have to be concerned with. But hobby side, you know, I have a huge passion for studying Japanese language, lore, and the culture as per my involvement with the Japanese Arts Foundation. And so that's creatively, it feeds a lot into a lot of the projects that I do and a lot of the stuff that I create. So I think those intersections always exist for me, and I'm constantly trying to figure out how can I explore them further while, you know, continuing to create a platform for, you know, other Black and brown individuals.
That's super dope. You have like a wealth of experience and culture that you're like pulling from all over to make something that's great. Thank you so much. Hopefully we could play the game at another time, you know, and showcase the game. We would love to do that. Thank you for sharing everything with us, and it's now on Steam for wish listing, correct?
Right, you can wish list it on Steam. We're working on, you know, some additional levels other than the one that was just featured here a moment ago, and so we still have some more updates on the way. But just follow us online for catching up on all that information, and you can look forward to it later this year.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Derek, for joining us. We appreciate you coming through and taking the time. It's been awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey,
All right. Next, we got Tyreek Plummer, who will be showcasing Catacomb Kids. We're going to take a short break and get back into it. See you in a minute.
All right.
Welcome back to the Guerrilla Collective, Black Voices in Gaming. We have an amazing guest, Tyreek Plummer, who has been in the space for a long time, making games independently, AAA, just dope stuff. We're going to be playing Catacomb Kids, but let's say hello to Tyreek.
Hey.
What's up, Tyreek?
It's all good?
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Good. You're in the East Bay, right?
I am, yes.
You're in Oakland?
North. I'm like really far north in the East Bay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think we met for the first time at one of like the East Bay meetups, and it like when I spoke with you a little bit, it was awesome to hear about your work at Way Forward, right? And like
Yeah, I worked at Way Forward a while ago. Yeah, I did some stuff for them. Yeah.
So can you talk a little bit about your experience in the game industry and what you've kind of done and accomplished and how you've maneuvered?
Well, I started off, I guess, just doing pixel art and animation for games. That's where most of my resume is, I guess. I did some work for Way Forward. I worked on the DS Thor game. I worked on the Epic Mickey DS game. Oh man, now I'm trying to actually remember all the things I've done. It's a lot.
No, it's all good.
worked on Adventure Time, Explore the Dungeon Because I Don't Know. I worked on Cadence of Hyrule most recently. Mostly doing animation.
That's awesome.
Animation, pixel art for all those things. Yeah,
that's cool.
And so my background is primarily as an artist and animator.
Cool. This guy couldn't even wait. He jumped into Catacomb Kids.
I had to wait.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I can hear it. I can hear it in the background.
The rumble feature was off the chain for a second.
Oh boy.
But the depth of Catacomb Kids has been amazing. I know you've been working on it for quite a while, and it's evolved over time as you've been working on it.
Yeah, I've been working on it for, I guess it depends on when you start counting from, but either like 7 or 10 years. I'm not sure which at this point.
Okay, we lost the feed for a second.
It's been a while.
Oh, cool. So when because we saw the Kickstarter, the successful Kickstarter, how like you busted that out. Was that in the middle? Like when was that launched? Was that 2014 or?
Yeah, that was at the end of 2013. So 2014 was basically the first year that I ever had a full year of development on the game. Because before that, it was just sporadically between classes, between work, and all that sort of thing. And after I did the Kickstarter, that funded me being able to actually make this game as a job instead of just once every 3 to 4 weeks or months or whenever I had time.
Yeah. So the game is in early access, and you're still like evolving the play and
Yes.
everything.
Yes. Yeah. I'm still working on it. Most of the core systems and stuff have been implemented now, and currently what I'm working on is just adding the environments, more environments and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I've been working on the third environment for the past few months, which is called the Deep Dark, which is going to be like horror themed. And I couldn't decide between like body horror and giant insects, so I decided to go with both.
That's
and so
awesome.
Now the two factions are like giant bugs and just like horror, like nasty gross things.
Yeah. The game feels so tight, and polished, like the mechanics and everything. Can you kind of share how those evolved over time?
Yeah. So like I said, depending on when you start counting from, I've been working on this game for like a decade essentially. The very first iterations of the game were basically just me learning how to code, and I really kind of hate level design. So I decided to steal someone else's procedural level generator and turn that into slap a platformer engine on top of that.
Yeah.
But it never felt quite right because I was using all these different disparate parts that I had kind of taken from other projects to try and learn from. And at some point I was like, you know what, I just need to do this all over from scratch now that I've learned for myself what I actually want this game to be, and how to do things properly. I started recoding things from scratch, and I did that 2 more times before I finally came to the current sort of version of the game. But to me, like, one of the important things in game design for me is that whatever you're doing the most should probably be as fun as you can possibly make it. And since this is a platformer, moving around and jumping around and platforming and fighting are the things you're doing the most. And so I spent a lot of time just getting it to feel good moving around levels and that sort of thing. That's like a very high priority. Like, that's the first thing I do whenever I start any new project, is just to make sure that whatever you're doing most feels good to do.
That's like definitely good advice. In the game, you feel a lot of agency because of the physics involved and how you can pick stuff up and throw it around and, you know, utilize different tools to your advantage, which is really interesting. So on this project, was that the first time you really jumped into coding yourself?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, so I've been using Game Maker since I was like, I want to say like 13 or 14 or so. I've been using it for a long while. But for a lot of that, I was just using like the drag and drop functionality and stuff. But just, you know, over the course of, I guess at this point, it's been decade and a half or so. It's hard not to pick up how to do things better if you're working with something as consistently and with the intent of improving, like I've been, or at least like I hope I've been.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, like, kind of jumping back, so when you started, did you start game development in high school or in college, and then just jumped into the industry with a job? Like, how did that like come about?
So, while I was doing freelance work, doing pixel art and animation, like I mentioned before, while I was doing that, I was also teaching myself how to use these game development tools. Because, like, the reason I learned pixel art in the first place is, well, partially because I couldn't afford Photoshop or anything like that, and it was like, oh, I just use Paint. You know, it's like, I use the tools that are available to me. I'm not making a big drawing in Paint. I'm just going to do a bunch of pixel art.
Yeah.
But my intention has always been, like, I want to make games. Like, I've wanted to make games ever since I found out that was a thing people could do as a profession, you know? And so I went into it with the intention of learning pixel art and then becoming, okay, this is kind of a weird story.
Yeah, go for it, man. No, just keep going. It's interesting.
My, like, true passion has always been animation. Like, I wanted to be an animator and I wanted to work on cartoons and stuff. But I've still always loved, like, parallel to that, I always wanted to make games. And so I always envisioned a future for myself in which I would be working in the animation industry and making games as a hobby. But at some point, I started making games as a profession instead, and decided to just switch gears and pursue that course of action. Because I went to like community college and got an associate's degree in fine art, and was going to transfer to a university for animation degree. But by that time, I had already been doing pixel art for these games and doing freelance and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? I don't really feel like I need to go to a university and spend all that money on a degree. If I'm already halfway in the industry that I want to be in, you know, I can just keep doing this and build up my portfolio that way. And maybe at some point I can make the jump to animation industry, or if this works out, I can just keep doing this. And so far it's worked out better than I ever imagined it would. So yeah.
That's a dope route to go. I ended up going to the Art Institute for game art and design, and exactly what you were talking about transpired. I wasted a lot of money, but some of the folks there were amazing. My friends, most of it is experience anyway. So I gained most of the traction through my experience and through my friends and just trying to do stuff. So I personally, you know, every time I have someone ask me, how do you get into the industry? How do you do stuff? It's like, just like kind of like what Tony said, right? Like just make stuff all the time.
Yes, exactly.
You have to, or else you're not. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say people have asked me before, like what should they do to start making games, and then my advice is always the same: just do what you can, and what areas you're lacking. To drop through bridges like that, you can either double tap down, or press down and left trigger, and you can use left trigger to dodge enemies as well. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
Sammy's struggling. He's like, this dude is terrible.
No.
No, it's actually pretty good because I think you started on my save.
Did I? Oh my god.
Or maybe early on or something.
Yeah.
I figure like you may have missed the tutorial. The game does have a tutorial, but
yeah, I was like, I don't need any tutorial.
Yeah, I needed a tutorial because when I started playing, I was like dying left and right, and I was like, "Oh, that's how you dodge roll. Oh, that's how you like jump heights." That's what I'm saying. Like the mechanics are really tight, and there's so many. They're layered on top of each other, which is great.
Right. Yeah. I mean, making tutorials is so hard. Like making a good tutorial, especially when it's a game like this where there's just so many interactions and so much stuff. It's something I still struggle with. I'm probably going to rewrite the tutorial like 3 more times before they call the game done.
Yeah. How was your experience like getting the game out there, like marketing it and stuff? Because you basically self-published this, right?
Yeah. So I did the Kickstarter at the end of 2013, and that went well. And I think that helped a lot in like updating the people who had backed the game and that sort of thing, and keeping them appraised of the game's progress helped. When I finally went into early access, I kind of already had a base of players who could sort of vouch for me and vouch for the game's quality and its progress, and sort of use that as a launching pad to leverage into having an actual player base. And I think as well, like having just friends in the game industry and game community and that sort of thing that are kind of, I guess, prominent voices in this sort of thing. That's so one thing that I feel like I've been really, I can't tell if it's luck or what, but I feel like I've been lucky to know people, and who can speak on my behalf and vouch for my character as a game developer.
That comes with hard work.
Yeah.
And making shit happen. Like, honestly, I know, like, because you're normally in social settings, you're pretty quiet, right, and reserved. I don't know. I don't want to like make an assumption, but like,
no, you're not wrong. It's just I've never had someone like say it so directly.
Okay.
But yes,
because
I'm not generally a gregarious person.
Yeah, but I
like to find a quiet corner.
Yeah, but your reputation always precedes you. Like, I see what you're doing, and we talk for a minute, but I kind of understand like where you're coming from, because we talk to all different types of people, and it is awesome to like, see what you're doing and like kind of catch up on, I'm doing this, and this, and I'm, working on your game. So it's great to talk about that. I mean, I think it's interesting also that you went, dolo for this, and you're, you know what I mean? Like you self-published it. Are you releasing on multi-platform as well? Are you waiting?
So I'm essentially kind of just waiting until the game gets close to being done, which might take another year or two. I don't know. At this point, I've given myself so many deadlines and passed by them all that I'm just kind of, at this point, I've resigned myself to, you know what? I'm just going to not stress myself out. I'm going to work on it for as long as it needs to be worked on. And I'm taking on other work in the meantime, you know? And so it's like, like when the game is close to done, then I'm gonna, and that's also like why I've been hesitant to like, I've only shown it in like public settings, I think like 2 or 3 times, even though the game has existed for, 7 years or so. Just because I want to make sure that like I'm showing it, and then I can immediately act on people's interests and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, here's the game. Now it's done. Go play it. Be part of the community and all that stuff. So I'm kind of really reserved when it comes to like advertising it as it is incomplete in my eyes, even though I know a lot of people tell me not to anyway.
Yeah, I was about to say the game is so deep. Like,
Yeah.
we get it out there. But I can't wait till you're releasing it on multi-platform, because I think it's
I definitely
so
want
sick.
to. I really want to.
Yeah. Were you gonna say something?
No, it's like I'd love to see it on the Switch platform and play it. Like,
Everyone's
Me too.
What other projects do you have in the pipeline that you're working on concurrently?
So I just finished up Cadence of Hyrule. I mentioned that I was doing art and pixel art and animation for that. I'm working on UFO 50 with Derek Yu and and Paul Hubens and John Perry. So yeah, they brought me on to basically help them finish all the games, because they were like, 50 games is too many. We have them all prototyped, but it's going to take a while to finish them, so we need help. So they brought me on to help with that. And I'm also working on a game called Atgatha in Absurdia, which is a game I made earlier this year for 7-Day Roguelike. And
nice.
I'm really happy with how it turned out. And so now I'm currently continuing work on it, and I'm porting it to mobile and like Android and iOS and that sort of thing.
Nice.
And I have another game that I made. Was it last year? I can't remember. Time has no meaning. No, I think it was like the year before last year. Yeah, the year before last year, I made a game for Fantastic Arcade called Paper Planet Pop, which I will probably also revisit and port to mobile. So here's something that I learned about myself is after working on Catacomb Kids as my sole project for like 2 or 3 years after the Kickstarter, it became like really unhealthy to only have this one outlet. And so being able to work on things like Cadence and work on things like UFO, even though it seems like it's more work, and it is more work to be doing more than one thing at a time, being able to step away from the game and change gears is definitely like really helpful just for my mental health and also my creativity, because I'm not banging my head against the wall whenever I come against a problem that I can't solve. I can change gears, work on something else for a while, and then come back to it with new eyes. So yeah, I try to keep busy.
That was my next question, is like, how do you, it must be refreshing jumping into like those other projects, because I know how it is. Like I did the same
and they're all
thing.
so different too.
Yeah,
so that helps as well.
That's really cool. But so, man, I want to ask you so many questions, but we don't have too much time. We got to connect again pretty soon. But how you're in the Bay Area, it's definitely different. Like, it's very progressive out here. We've seen a lot of protests and things happen. What has been your experience out here, as a game developer during these times?
I mean, it's still stressful. It still hurts to see all that's going on. And honestly, it's like something I'm still sorting through in my head. I don't know if I'd be able to elaborate it. I'm not very good at coming up with profound things on the fly, which is why usually I just retweet what other people say that's way more impactful than I ever could manage, I feel like. But yeah, I don't know. It sucks. Everything sucks right now.
Yes, that is a very
that's good
way to say it. Yes.
I think the thing is, it's just everything is so happening rapidly. Like as I said before, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say everything is happening rapidly, and also so much is happening at once. Like it's all the protests and the Black Lives Matter and stuff on top of the pandemic that's still going on, and all these other things. It's just like it's overwhelming, And to try to that's why I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna try and keep doing what I can to create and be productive. Like, I make games, I make art, I make music too. That's like another passion of mine, even though I don't publicize that as much. But like I my goal in life is to just like, and this is a goal I set for myself when I was like 18. I just up and decided like my goal in life is to produce more than I consume. And I don't know that I've been keeping up with that, but it's like, it's something that I'm still striving for. And so I just want to keep creating and doing what I can.
That's awesome. I mean, that's inspiring enough. And I find myself fighting this as well. Like, I want to have a voice. I want to go outside and, carry a sign and all that. But what can I do that is, innate to me? Right. Like,
right. Yeah. That's kind of that's a great way of putting it. Cause that's kind of how I've been feeling too, is like, you mentioned earlier, I'm not a loud person. I'm like, even when I try to be loud and raise my voice, I just feel like I'm not good at it, And so I feel like the best I can do is just to leverage the strengths that I do have and try and use those for good. And if that garners me an audience, then I'll use that platform to try and put a good message out and into the world. And
I think that's very powerful, and that is a profound way to look at things. Is sometimes you have to use your art as a voice, your production, you're producing things, and then people are going to grasp it and feel inspiration from that, and that kind of speaks louder sometimes than your words, but you're on Steam. You could purchase it early access. I gotta shout out Steam too, because they are streaming this right now, which is super awesome. And I wasn't able to, I didn't articulate that too well earlier, but yeah, Black Voices in Gaming, we have a page up so you could purchase these games. Tyreek's game, Catacomb Kids, some of the other games, but we want to thank you, Tyreek, for hopping on. It means a lot for you to express your passion and how you're doing things. It's inspiring to people.
Thank you for having me on. Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, so
we got to talk more.
yeah, exactly. We got to talk more when this COVID situation. We gotta hang out because we're all in the Bay, right? So
yeah,
cool. Well, thanks a lot for hopping on.
All right, cool. Take care.
Peace. So that was Tyreek Plummer. He's making Catacomb Kids, making all kinds of really cool content.
Yeah, he's producing all these games. He's putting his own content out. I think that one of the things that sort of he shared was, I think, a feeling that I have. I think you shared a little bit about that, is around feeling a little bit overwhelmed with everything that's going on, because there's so much stuff going on, and you don't have to be out in the streets, protesting to actually do good. Like the investments that I'm making right now with the tech program, the investments you're making, the content that you're putting out, this program itself by itself, like raising up other Black developers, that's positive, impact in our community. And I think that people need to understand that your contributions don't have to be the same to actually make an impact in our community. So that not to take away from those other contributions at all, but our contributions are actually worthwhile as well.
Yeah, I've been wrestling with that. You can ask Candy, my girlfriend, who's sitting out there, that I'm like, how can I help? I want to go out. I want to, scream at the top of my lungs. I want to carry a sign. I want to do some things. But this is my expression for this, and communicating and helping to produce things. And even Joel, who works for the mix and is helping to produce the Guerrilla Collective. I even was yelling at him the other day, and I had to stop myself after he yelled back, but I had to stop myself. What the hell am I mad at him for? I'm not mad at him.
You're mad at the situation.
And I just felt like my voice was being muted, and I didn't know how to express myself. And we're working these crazy hours to make all these things happen. And the whole reason behind the Guerrilla Collective in the first place was to have a diverse unification of developers and publishers from all around the world, not just Black. But when these things started to happen, it was great to be able to create an outlet, since we had to push things back. But yeah, let's shout out Gameheads. How can we donate? How can people donate?
Go to the site and donate to the program. You can donate to the Tiltify right there on the screen. And I encourage everybody to donate with monetarily. I encourage you to donate your time to our programs. So please, if you're a developer of color, hit us up. We'll definitely talk to you about being a mentor. It doesn't mean that you have to be a mentor at the level that I am. I'm there every Saturday for all day, but giving a few hours out of your month would impact these students dramatically.
Cool. All right. That's the message. That's what's up, Alfonso. Thanks for coming through. It's not over yet though. We got Chase coming through. He is showing a ground, and let's roll the trailer.
Awesome.
That was the amazing trailer from a ground, and we got Chase on the line, so this dude right here could jump in and play. Best of luck. I'm just kidding.
Wow. All right. It's like that now. Okay.
I'm clowning a little bit, but hey, Chase, how's it going?
Good. How about you two?
Good. Yeah, it's been an amazing stream so far. It's great to connect with everyone and see the lineage of like how everyone got started and stuff. I didn't, a lot of this stuff I didn't even know. So, yeah, let's talk about a ground. Let's talk about, your perspective for game development and where you get started. Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, absolutely. So just to be clear, I'm the video game composer and sound designer, creative technical sound designer for A Ground. So I was contracted by Fancy Fish Games. It's a team of two, David Milletz and Natalie Milletz. I've worked with them on previous projects. And so A Ground is about, I think, our seventh ship title of some sorts. And personally for me, we met through a game jam, and it was on Newgrounds. We used to be one game a month. And my beginning work with them was for the game I Can't Escape. So that was about 7 years ago or something like that. So I've been working professionally in the industry for 9 years.
Nice.
And I was actually doing a double edge type of thing, whereas I was in school, I was going to college, community college, and then I had decided before I even finished my last theory class that I was like, I'm going to go into video game composing now. I'm not going to wait, because that's why I went back to school in the first place. And so I had already had my audio engineering degree. People had already told me my music sounded like video game music because I was doing hip hop and R&B before. That wasn't really working out. I wasn't feeling passionate about it. And so, yeah, I kind of bought a book, Complete Guide of Game Audio by Aaron Marks, read half the book, posted my stuff online, got my first paid gig. I haven't looked back since.
That's awesome. So what was your first paid gig? I'm just curious.
The first paid gig was a game called Electron Flux that was on Android, and that was a mobile puzzle game, whereas you have to give an output from the electrons that are coming from a certain source and get the maximum efficiency path that you place based off of the tools that you have in the puzzle to get a higher percentage of that. And the puzzles get a little bit more difficult to get that output path, so you have to sometimes transmute your electrons from being green to yellow and yellow to red, but the shortest path possible to efficiency. And so I created the music soundtrack for that. It was my first gig.
That's super dope. Where are you located, by the way?
Right now I'm based in Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. How has it been like maneuvering through, the game industry as a composer? I know everyone has their like animators. Like Tyreek was an animator, right? So he had a different path, and he's like, I'm gonna make my own stuff and like that kind of thing. So how have you maneuvered through the industry so far?
I've done my best to just show up. I realized that was something one of my mentors had told me, and I've done my best to kind of push as hard as I could.
Wait. What do you mean by just showing up?
Show up.
Yeah.
Okay. If there are conferences such as Game Developers Conference in San Francisco, or Game Sound Con, or PAX, and those are the places that you actually need to kind of show up to, or any type of collective meeting. If you can't afford those type of things, hopefully get to your nearest indie meetup and just have your presence be known and say, hey, I'm such and such. I do X. And that is the biggest thing I've found. The people, if you're not there, they will forget you. And I've tested this. I didn't show up to a couple parties, and they were like, hey, where is he? And I was actually at GDC. It's just I wasn't showing up to certain parties. So it's been interesting to maneuver certain ways. I've taken all kinds of angles. I tried to get journalists to pay attention to me. I've tried, to talk to developers online, in person, do all the meetup stuff. I try to create my own opportunities as much as I possibly can. And there's probably a gift and a curse at the same time, because that breeds so much ambition and tenacity within me to be just like creating until you finally get it.
That is dope. That's why I wanted to pause on that, because it's like, I think that's extremely important. Like, folks were like, when we were putting this together, they're like, are you sure? You've been working 18-hour days on this Guerrilla Collective thing. We're pushing it back. Are you sure you want to do this weekend? And I'm like, hell yeah, we gotta make this happen. I gotta find.
And thank you for having it.
Thank you, and thank you for being on. I mean, I'm not trying to like boost myself up, but I just feel that it's very important to say that you have to find the energy even when you're tired to keep moving forward, because it's self-motivating. It creates momentum, but then it also creates momentum within others, because they're seeing you do that and they're asking you the questions, and you need those fundamental answers. But before I interrupted you, keep going about like your trajectory and maneuvering.
So like I was saying, it's just wasn't much left to say. Is I've basically tried to create as much opportunity as I possibly could have created. Joining game jams is still another way of creating opportunity, and as part of visibility. And even though it feels tough to think of it, to moil and persevere, if you want something and you're passionate about it, I realize that you just have to continue to do that over and over and over again. Like you were saying, even if you're tired, we have to self-care, but to also, like we were saying earlier, we were speaking to Tyreek, is just to keep creating. And I think that's just most important, and stay active and keep showing. If you can't make it to one thing, find a way to show up to something else, even if it's virtual, so that you're in people's minds constantly. And that's what I'm figuring out, is that you just have to stay visible.
Cool. So while you were working on a ground, how was that experience like rolled out, and how did that everything come together with the composition and stuff?
So I was brought on full time for about a year, and from there they was in early access. So we were in early access for about some time of a year, because the game's been in development for about 2.5 years or so. So it was a prototype. They released a demo. Demo took off. Everybody loved it. Then we decided, hey, let's keep it pushing forward. move into early access. And initially, the beginning music in the beginning took me 3 months to write. I had this pull, whereas usually I write way faster than that. I can write a track in a day or two, fully mixed, mastered, or anything. But for this one, I wanted to take my time. It had a certain theme to it, and I write for the games first and foremost. It's an entire art form, where there's the writing, the design, the graphics, the programming, all of these disciplines go with music and sound collectively, and that's what I write for. So the process for me was just pulling in the perfect sound palette or near perfect sound palette that I could have that would embody what a ground is. And that's why it took me 3 months to write the initial theme, but that's still the most popular theme that everybody loves. So it shows that I took my time with it, really dove in focused without trying to rush through it. And from there, it was actually an uphill battle, because once it got popular, more people were like, I love this. And so I was like, okay, well, they like it. I want to bring it to the next level. And they like this one, but I got to take this one to the next level and make it better and better and better. And so I was averaging about a track a week.
Oh, wow.
And there's about, I think, 34 tracks. But I also took breaks in between that, because I had to switch to sound design. And there was a lot of sound design to be done. I haven't even got a chance to count all of that yet. But I'm pretty sure it's at least over 300 sounds that I've done by myself and tested and did all that as well.
Cool.
So the art is very in-depth by Aaron Knoll, and the programming and the writing by David and Natalie. So it's a robust game. And you have to have, my goal was to not have it be monotonous, but the theme of progression, which is most focused foreground, and to have that be conflated within the game as well as the music.
That's cool. So I didn't even realize that you did all the sound design and all of the composing. That's quite a feat. That's awesome.
Thank you.
I think one of the things that you said that was really interesting is it all comes together, right? So you have to have an understanding. Well, we kind of talked about before. You have an understanding of some of the game design, the art. You have to talk to the artists, and because it all is married together to congeal to make something awesome, right? One awesome thing. And if you have anything that's too lopsided without thinking about the other aspects of it, it makes it feel a bit off, right? And so
exactly,
it's interesting that you kind of brought that up, that you're talking with the animators and you're talking with the designers on how should this feel, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, it's only a 4-person team, so it's very, very short, very small and concise, and with constant Slack feedback back and forth. What do you think of this? Got a new build, test it out, rinse and repeat. So with all of that, I was trying, I have this idea of a tennis action. So if you throw me, you serve me something and I serve it back. So the art's done. It's okay, well, you've got the art style this way. How can I make the music with that? And to kind of be ahead, but it's fuel. It's energizing to, work with people who are trying to, reach the next level and get to the next thing and make it fun for the players as well, which is what we wanted.
Yeah. How do you keep yourself refreshed? Like Tyreek was talking about, he's been working on this game for so long, and he'll work on a few other projects, and it rejuvenates him. Are you kind of in a similar boat where you're working on a couple different projects music-wise?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple different things I do. Make sure I exercise at least, if not 5 days a week. So, and stretching, making sure that I'm taking proper breaks. I actually because I'm freelance, I actually have the opportunity to take longer breaks than what is, the labor board of standards. So I can take a 2-hour break because I'm on a contract from not being paid hourly. Yeah. So if I need to take a 2-hour break and take a nap or watch a movie or go for a walk or hang out with a friend, those are my rejuvenations that I typically do, like hikes and things of that nature. Or if I need to refresh completely, I'll join a game jam and I'll write some 8-bit music if I'm doing orchestral. I'll do the opposite of what I'm supposed to do. Typically, what actors play the opposite in themselves. If they're really nice people, typically, but they'll play the bad guy. Can't be said for the other thing. But mostly, that's kind of how I do my breaks and such. I'll do laundry. I'll wash dishes. Things that are not musically there. If music happens to come to me in that fashion, then that's great. That's just a plus. But I will typically, sometimes I'll even take a 2 to 3 day break, not touch anything. So there's a lot of different breaks that I take to stay refreshed. I know for Ground specifically, when I was struggling, when I wasn't able to average the track a week at my standard, and it would take about 2 weeks, I'd switch to sound design. And just understanding that there were different techniques I had to kind of do, or I'd do some implementation. I'd take the sounds or the music and I'd play around with it inside of the engine with some minor scripting based off of what the developer had taught me, and give some things a go, because I don't have to think about how is this going to fit conceptually with the project.
That's awesome. I like it. It's interesting that you said like washing dishes or laundry, because that's like, it's sometimes it's meditative. If you don't have nothing, you're not looking at anything, you're not listening to anything, you're just focused on that task. You're allowed to just let everything go and just reset. That's super interesting. You were talking about joining game jams and going to PAX and that kind of thing. How have you kind of created camaraderie within the industry with other composers, and how has that like played out and evolved over time for you?
I'd say it's been mostly being nice, being myself, which I am. It's, no one wants to work with a jerk. No one wants to work with people who say mean things.
Yeah, for sure.
And I mean, I guess if you do want to work with a jerk, then best to you. But I personally don't do that.
Yeah.
But that's what I really did a lot of research. I want to just talk on this about it, because I realized like there's some new people coming into the industry and they don't do their homework. I mean, I've got books behind me. You can barely probably see, but there's one book that's got a tab probably off. That was the book that I, started reading, and it was talking about understanding the etiquette of the industry, understanding what people are kind of doing and paying attention and watching, listening, learning. And so I think by me doing a lot of my homework before I started to, say like, hi, here I am, it helped me a lot in terms of where game audio specifically and the other gaming industry people have come from, and then seeing like where you try to fit into that mold. And just like I said, I already had a particular sound, so I knew that I was going to fit in somewhere, just didn't know exactly where. But I was mostly excited to just finally be there and be with the energy of people that I could kind of mostly relate to. Yeah. And so for me, I was just seeking out people that I had admired from previous, games that I had grew up with, and tried to see if I could get close to them. And I had no idea that if you go to some place like Game Developers Conference, you're going to be there, or Game Sound Con, you're going to be sitting right next to those type of people. Yeah. And typically you just say hello. And if they don't acknowledge you, I had to learn a lesson about not taking it personally, which is a very, very hard lesson. And it's still a hard lesson, because we're human beings and we take things personally. But if you think it in your head and you can try to build yourself up, there are things, yes, that are messed up, but there are things also that you have to also think about, whereas it may not affect you super directly. And so I found that once I learned that lesson, a lot of other things happened naturally. Mm-hmm. And luckily I found my nice, group of people that I know that support me, and, that are not where you can sense energy, whereas in like, okay, well, maybe that person, just doesn't like me. That's fine. No, not everybody can like me, but if I got this people here that, that are with me, then, I'm good and I'm solid. And so I think there's just the hard work I've been putting in, showing up continuously to be everywhere. I don't know if you guys watch Reboot, but my mentality is like, I'm trying to be Bob on the internet right now. Like Bob got lost on the internet. I'm trying to be Bob after he comes back from the internet.
That's so good. Wow, Reboot, huh? That's amazing.
Reboot.
Yeah. That's so cool. What you just said was very powerful, and I think a lot of people need to hear that. Black folks, everybody needs to hear that, trying to get into the industry, and it's great that you're sharing that, because we hear so little of the essence of how we relate to each other and move forward. So thank you so much, Chase, for hopping on board and showing a ground. Where can we find you? And a ground.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter. I'm at Chase Bethia. My website's chasebethia.com. Aground is on Steam. It's out of early access, full release on PC right now. Currently, we launched April 17th this year, and we hope to have console ports later this year. But yeah, I'm everywhere. So streaming platforms of all kinds. Just look up my name, you'll find me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we should connect soon again.
Yeah, we definitely should.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Peace. Yeah. So Aground. You could catch it on Black Voices in Gaming right now on Steam. Shout out to Steam for streaming this and broadcasting it. Thank you IGN and GameSpot and Twitch for working with us on this. It's been amazing to have these folks supporting what we're doing today. Thanks Raw Fury for working with us, and everybody in the Guerrilla Collective for also supporting this. I mean, everyone there has been amazing. Next up is John Smith, who is another composer who worked on this really interesting game called Calico. I know you're gonna love playing this. I love kitties. I have a big kitty of my own, so you can jiggle the kitties, and it's gonna be amazing. So check out the trailer for Calico.
I started gaming when I was 2. My dad was a gamer and he had us playing Legend of Zelda. It's cheesy to say, but I always knew I wanted to be a game designer. Calico is a magical girl cat cafe sim. You are a magical girl in a town of magical girls and witches, and you run the cat cafe in the village. Your main goals are to collect as many cuddly creatures as possible, and you can also make pastries and decorate cakes, decorate your furniture, and basically everything I've ever wanted to do in all my favorite games just put into one. So I'm a Sailor Moon kid. I grew up watching Sailor Moon, and it really is that sort of powerful, they can do anything, encapsulated in a little tiny pink pastel blob. And you don't see a lot of just unapologetically feminine games, but the main thing is just embracing soft and gentle and pleasant, and being able to run with that. The indie scene is just so wonderful and communal. A big part of what got me into actually starting to make the game is realizing that things like Unity allow us to have that level of customization that we want to make a cute and cuddly game. So my best friend, Andrew, the wonderful cuddly connoisseur who is doing the programming for our game, he had the idea of riding giant cats, and I've never felt so connected to a creator in my entire life. We're working on it mainly together. We're doing 90% of it. We're also looking for money so we can pay wonderful creators their fair share to make extra content for the game. It is an Animal Crossing style game, so we're going to have a lot of furniture, a lot of customization. We really just want you to be able to make your own little world, and that means assets, and assets take time. So a lot of that money is just basically going to us being able to sit down at our desks and work as much as we can. Thank you so much for checking Calico out. We're really excited for this Kickstarter, and we really hope that we can meet our goals so we can bring Calico to everyone. If you can donate, that would be wonderful. If not, retweeting and sharing everywhere, it really helps us. Thank you so much.
That was an amazing trailer for Calico, the kitty-based sim game, which is so great. I love it. But we got John Smith, the composer for Calico, on board. We're gonna play the game, and yeah, I mean, you won't get smashed this time because there's no smashing involved.
Thank you for that. All right, that's
you could just romp around.
Super nice. Thank you for that.
Hey John, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on?
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is awesome. It's great to be here.
Yeah, it's cool to talk to all the, composers and developers and designers, of all ages, from the the side of Black development or Black developers. That came out really weird. But can you talk a little bit about your experience in the industry and kind of how you jumped into composing and development?
Yeah, totally. So I'm going to try to make this as short as I possibly can. It's a long story, but when I was super young, when I was like 13, something like that, I was lucky enough to go to this fine arts sort of middle school and high school. So I had started playing viola when I was really young, like in elementary school, and then I got to go to this fine arts school in the South in Georgia. And I was playing the piano and I was playing the viola and kind of teaching myself to write classical music, but alongside that, I had started teaching myself electronic music production stuff because I decided that I wanted to write music for video games. So I worked with a classmate to make like little video game experiments. I wrote music for that stuff. I went to the University of Georgia for a little bit, did some classical music stuff there, kept teaching myself music production. Eventually, I ended up at the Berklee College of Music, where I finally studied music production like on a collegiate level. And I moved to Seattle after I finished up with that to kind of find more projects.
That's cool. So are you in Seattle right now? Where are you located?
Yeah, I'm in Seattle.
Okay. Cool. It's like a very rich area as far as influence in game development culture.
Oh yeah. There are tons of big companies, small companies. It's been amazing.
Can you talk about a little bit about the projects that you worked on before you hopped on to work on Calico?
Yeah, totally. So the first kinds of sort of small or medium, whatever you want to call them, projects that I made actually were with that high school friend that I mentioned before. So I got to attend this program called the Red Bull Music Academy in 2011. And what that is or was kind of this program where they took applications from people from all over the world and then selected a subset of those applicants to go to somewhere in the world to collaborate and make music together and listen to other musicians who've kind of been in the industry longer speak and all that kind of thing. And what ended up happening with that was that it kind of originated as an event for DJs. So they were encouraging everyone to go and like do a DJ set and perform live. But I just kind of like wrote music on my computer, on my software. It didn't do anything like that. So I ended up approaching my friend and saying, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we made some kind of performance video game? So what we ended up doing was developing a crowd-controlled music-based video game project that we actually showed in Madrid, Spain. And then we had the opportunity to do kind of a similar project at this program called Hacking Arts at MIT. It was like this little showcase of kind of the intersection of arts and technology stuff. And then sort of that work actually led into me getting hooked up with an internship where I did music and sound design for essentially a massively multiplayer online neuroscience game called iWire. So I got to write some like kind of electronic ambient inspired music for that. I got to do some very like kind of user interface sound effects stuff. And then after moving to Seattle, I got to contribute a little bit of music and sound design to Rec Room, this sort of fairly popular VR game. And yeah, what else have I done? Other little things here and there. But kind of the biggest thing recently was another VR title called The Stars Between Us, which is a title that was originally launched for Oculus Go that's all about kind of love throughout the universe in short.
Nice. So how did you get connected with Calico, Kells, and because this game is like one of the most interesting games. Just to tell you a little bit about like our history with it, we had it at the Mix, the GDC, 2019 GDC. We met Kells, and Emily, who's on our team, was like, "You got to check this game out. You got to check this game out." And we checked the game out. I was like, "Oh my God, it's kitties!" And we should have it. And it ended up winning Best of the Mix, which was amazing because of the artwork and the ingenuity involved. And you hopped on a year ago, right?
Yeah, something like that. I don't even remember, honestly. It hasn't been that long, but it feels like it's been forever.
Yeah.
I kind of had gotten into the habit of going to different kind of game networking events. Actually, back in Boston when I was at Berklee, I kind of started going to stuff. So yeah, I actually just met Kells at, I think it was kind of a business summit for gaming. I don't really even remember what it was called, but I just met her at this event and kind of we started talking a little bit. And then a little bit after that, actually, she kind of got in touch with me and let me know that she was looking actually to move to work with a composer that was kind of local, that was kind of closer to things. So the music that you heard in the trailer earlier, actually, that was another composer's work who had kind of served as a consultant for the music stuff and stuff like that. Like actually what you're listening to right now, this theme is one of hers as well. But Kels, like I said, wanted to work with someone more local, so we kind of started talking, and she was familiar with my work on the VR game that I just mentioned to you, actually, The Stars Between Us. And one of the things she told me was that what was most interesting to her for that game was actually a song that I had written with this singer-songwriter to kind of be the theme of the game. Like, she had fallen in love with that and was just really interested to see what kind of stuff I could do for Calico.
That's awesome. So where does your inspiration come for composing Calico? Because it's very dreamy and surreal, and it has a different vibe than most video games that are out there in the market right now.
Oh, yeah. So whenever I start a project, the first thing that I like to do is a sort of creative direction phase. So I'll talk to the creator about what kind of musical inspiration they have, what the themes of the game are, like what they're trying to communicate sort of on an artistic level with their work. And after Kels had sort of shared some different pieces of music with me, like she shared some lo-fi hip-hop stuff, she shared some, I think, future-based stuff, which
He's killing cats. I just couldn't help it. All of a sudden, I see a cat jump off the cliff. Like, yo, this is supposed to be a peaceful game. You are not supposed to destroy anything. This was safe for you, Alfonso. It was totally safe. And you found a way to kill a cat. Thank you.
Oh my God.
That was not the intent of this
That's
show.
not what Calico is about.
At all. You will not be holding the controller any longer. No, you can redeem yourself.
Oh my God.
I couldn't help it. I was like,
I'm not trying to do cat suicide.
I was distracted. I get this dude's a dog guy, so I should have known that.
I am a dog guy. I am truly a dog guy. So you picked the wrong person to do a cat
Anyway,
game.
where were we at?
Oh man. No, Kels. That's hilarious. Kels had shared this huge collection of music with me. She had some lo-fi hip-hop stuff. She had some stuff that I think is future-based. I'm not the best at my electronic music genres, but it was some future-based stuff, some lo-fi hip-hop stuff. I feel like there were like little piano pieces and different kinds of things. And I kind of listened through all of that and kind of talked to her about what it was that was appealing about kind of each little piece. And then I did some research on my own to kind of see if there was any music that fit some of the moods that we talked about that I was more familiar with. And actually what I ended up doing was creating this document that kind of outlined what we were trying to achieve with the music. So the three, and I'll see if I can remember these off the top of my head, but the three big things that we're going for with the Calico soundtrack are Pastel Skittles, hashtag Night Vibes, and Digital Charm.
Wait, those are the names? Is that a style of music?
Yes, those are the three. That's what we're going for.
Wait. What's the first one? Pastel.
Okay, Pastel Skittles. Right. Okay. So one of the things.
You gotta describe Pastel Skittles because I'm interested.
I got you. So one of the things that Kels likes in music is that the word that we've been using is like popcorn. So there are like these digital. They're like little digital effects and things that people will write that have this sort of bright, short, kind of, I don't know, I want to say effervescent, but that's not the right word. But this kind of quality where it just kind of like, it comes out at you. It kind of pops out at you.
Yeah.
So, but the problem with like rainbow Skittles is that that's a little too bright. So it's pastel Skittles. So like little pieces.
Oh, I know. They're like the Easter-based.
Yeah,
Skittles.
Yeah,
I feel that. I mean, that's what the
color
aesthetic and color palette has that. That vibe. Oh, okay. So matching that, that's awesome to have a descriptor for the music, and I've often heard that to to describe the texture of the music and how it relates to the aesthetic. Okay, cool. I get now. I'm like, ooh. All right, good.
Yeah, no. So pastel Skittles, digital charm. So that is like one of the. So when you think about technology in the future, you can kind of go in sort of a like 80s kind of vibe where it's like really harsh and kind of Tron and like that's not what we want. So we want digital, but we want it to be charming. Actually, if you check out my Instagram, I posted because because the Stars Between Us, that game has some digital charm in it as well, and I found like a picture of a little like kind of a tiny little robot with like a smiley face on it. So that's like my digital charm picture descriptor, right? And then the Steven Universe soundtrack, honestly, I feel like does a ton of that kind of stuff.
Oh,
like
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So Steven Universe was a big inspiration for this music. And hashtag night vibes. So it's hashtag night vibes because hashtag sad vibes is too sad, right?
Yeah.
So it's like it's not dark. See, dark is too strong of a word, but the kind of relaxed, chill, like internet influenced, honestly, which is why the hashtag is there, like night sound.
Yeah.
So that is something that'll appear in like half of the soundtrack, but we haven't talked about that in a ton of detail yet.
That's interesting. So where are you at? I mean, where's everything at in development and where are you at in composing this game?
So I think I have one piece of music left. So I actually put the soundtrack up for pre-order and I released 4 of the tunes in that. And the last one that I need, sorry, I got a little distracted.
Ryan's engineering this and he's saving us. As you see, Alfonso's hands are under the table because there's no more.
Because I'm trying not to kill any more cats.
Yeah,
that's because you guys are already trying to like you shouldn't be able to kill cats. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
So you have one more. You have another piece left, but
I have one left, maybe 3, mostly 1.
Okay. And when is the game released? Being released?
So we're looking at an October release.
And are you going
for? I was gonna say we're going for fall, sort of broadly though.
Okay. Is it going to be early access or is the full release?
We're doing full release.
Okay, cool. Wow. And it's on right now. You can wishlist it on Steam or.
Please wishlist it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So it should be on Black Voices in Gaming. Then we should have it up there to wishlist. So anyone listening, make sure to wishlist it. I mean, the game looks really amazing. It sounds great. I like how you describe all the listen to this Google. I like how you express and describe the different color palettes. That's really, or color palettes, the sound palettes. Like that's really interesting to hear that. I'm not a composer myself. I love music, make music myself, but not like in this way in the game industry. So it's cool to hear that he's making a cake and stuff. How has it been, maneuvering from your position, maneuvering in the game industry?
So.
And that's broad. I get it. Yeah.
Okay, broad.
No. I'm saying what I'm saying is very vague. Yeah. I mean, like as a Black developer, a composer, and you're in the game space, like how do you maneuver and maintain and that kind of things?
So it's actually this is something that I've been thinking about a lot, honestly. So the thing about it is that as a composer, like as an audio person in the industry, you're kind of in this position where you're always advocating for yourself anyway, right?
Yes.
Like you have to get out there, everyone has to network, everyone has to meet people. And so that's true across the board. But then as a composer, I don't know how to explain it. This is actually how I would explain it. I think I may have been an introvert at some point in my life, and that just was not going to work, right?
Yeah.
That it was not sustainable. And then I feel like, I was talking to someone about this earlier today. The thing about it is, as a minority walking into this field, as a Black person walking into this field, like there's already that you're a composer, maybe you don't know anyone here, maybe you need to put yourself out there a little bit. But kind of the extra thing is like walking into these spaces where I already look different than everyone around me, right? Like I am not expecting anyone to make the first move and like talk to me, like under any circumstances whatsoever, right? Like I wouldn't say that it feels actively hostile, like it's nothing like that, but it's kind of like I am very acutely
I can't. This dude.
I am very acutely aware of the fact that I need to work like hard because it's the game industry, extra
Yeah.
hard because I'm a composer, and then like extra hard because I'm a Black composer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting. It's, you know what I mean. I think that from what I've felt, I mean, because as a game developer and I've made, produced a few games, we get hit up constantly by composers and sound designers and stuff like that, because people think oh yeah, we could just jump in, I make music, like that type of thing, when there's a different component to that. And the first thing that you think of is like, possibly is that, oh, this guy makes hip hop stuff. You know what I mean? He makes beats, that kind of thing. And that's what I've heard from other composers as well. But it's interesting to hear your perspective. You got to work really hard as a composer, getting in the games industry. Regardless, you got to work really hard. But there's just this other component, and I don't know about you, but a lot of us feel that we're developers first, right? We're in this game industry first, and then that's just something that kind of comes with the territory after the fact, and some of it, sometimes we're so deep in our work that we don't even recognize that component until like something happens and we're like, oh crap. I have to acknowledge this, this side of things too. But yeah, thank you so much, John, for hopping on board and telling us about your story and showing Calico. I'm so sorry, about Alfonso throwing a calico cat off of the side of a cliff. Thank you, Ryan, for saving us here and jiggling cats in the screen. I'm definitely going to be playing this for hours because I'm more of a cat guy. But yeah, where can we find your work? Where can we find Calico? Give a shout out.
So I make music under the name Slide20XX, so SLIDE20XX. You can find that on Twitter. You can find Slide20XX_composer on Instagram. And I have a personal website, slide20xx.com. And yeah, you can find the game at Calico Game on Twitter. And if you go there, you'll find, I recently, like I said, I released the pre-order of the soundtrack, so you can check that out. And I guess I should plug, there is a Discord server that I run with a couple of other composers, and that is the Beats to Play Games 2 server. It's kind of a community for composers and people just interested in game music in general. And I will, I'll like tweet a link out to it so you can go and check that out. And yeah, we talk about just getting into the industry, all of that kind of stuff all the time. So it's a great community.
Yeah, thanks so much. And yeah, definitely follow John and Whitethorn Games. Shout out to Matt White for connecting us and making this whole thing happen. Calico's an amazing game. Again, want to shout out Steam because they hooked us up with the page for Black Voices in Gaming, as well as our co-streaming this with our with our other partners. But yeah, thanks for joining us, and look forward to talking soon.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks again. See ya.
Peace. All right, so we got another game. Now I need to chastise. No, I'm just kidding. I clown this dude a little bit.
Hey, you shouldn't be able to throw cats off the cliff, homie. I'm just saying.
I know, right?
I'm just saying.
No, but yeah, so stay tuned for Neil Jones. We're going to be showing Aerial Knights Never Yield. And let's shout out Gameheads. And thanks for driving, because I would have probably done the same thing. I'm giving you a hard time. But Catacomb Kids is
it's
tough.
fine. It's fine. I can take the L. It's okay.
Yeah, you can take that L. But yeah, so Gameheads.
We have an amazing program. It's run by our executive director, Damon Packwood. He's been been a amazing partner in this venture. The students.
Shout out to Damon.
Damon and Marcus, who just appeared on the program. Lizette, his wife, is an amazing visual artist as well.
We should have talked about her.
Yeah.
She works at Double Fine right now, and that's like a power couple in the video game industry. Like
They
we
are.
didn't even like Marcus is, and I tried to get them on at the same time, and he's like, "You got to ask her. You got to ask her," and we were like running out of time. But that's awesome.
Yeah. So we're just heavily invested in bringing these students of color into the gaming industry and connecting them with other artists, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be on this program, and please donate to the program.
Yeah, we have the URL up. It's through Tiltify. We'll put it in the chat, hopefully, and then you can continue to support that. It's amazing that we're able to put that into play as a charitable cause. Shout out to David Martinez and Raw Fury for hooking that up and working with us on this, and all of our sponsors. Like I said, GameSpot, IGN, Twitch for working with us, Steam. It's been, an amazing few
Got some
hours.
great partners there. Yeah.
Showcasing Black voices in game development. So moving on, we have another amazing game from Detroit. Neil's going to be joining us, and we're going to show his trailer now and take a very, very short break, and then get into our conversation with Neil.
It's a simple reaction when you see what you want. Just keep yourself in motion, don't ever let up. Keep your eye on it, this is your moment. Every step forward makes you even strong. It's all about that persistence when you do what you love. Don't be scared of resistance, just keep your head up. Keep your mind strong, this is your moment. Every step forward, gonna feed your hunger. Run and don't stop. If you wanna just race to the top. If you wanna just set yourself free. Take what you need, chase what you seek. Fight for your dreams, run and don't stop.
That was the amazing trailer for Never Yield by Neil from the D. So live from the D, let's talk to Neil right now. Yo, how's it going?
What up? It's going amazing. Today's an amazing day. You know why? Ask me why. Just ask me
Why?
Because I love making racist white people upset, and Twitter is wild.
Wow. He went in immediately.
I want
Nice.
all the smoke.
All the
While I was
smoke.
waiting for y'all, I was just on my phone going at them. I got time.
Wow. But yeah, the game is sick. Like I was playing yesterday. He's gonna drive. There's no cats in this, right?
Nah, no cats. But you die a lot, so.
Yeah, you die. I was dying quite a bit. But yeah, the aesthetic for this game is super sick. Like everything, like the music, everything has this really dope vibe to it. Can you talk about how you got started with this project and kind of your inspirations?
Yeah, at first I started making this game just because I was having a real rough time in the game industry, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna do this stuff myself. And I started a while back with this other game called Click that we put on Kickstarter. It did pretty well, but we got like a lot of heat just because it was like about a little black girl and like her just playing the game, and for like game industry, a lot of gamers didn't like that, and the Kickstarter didn't work out for various reasons. But I took a little bit of a break just to get myself together, like get all the ideas that I wanted to make on paper. And this was like the first one I wanted to make. And then someone that I was like talking about the game to pretty much told me, you can't do it. So I pretty much made this whole game out of pettiness.
I know how that is. That's like fuel to the fire for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. This whole process was just me being petty. So yeah, it's coming out pretty good. I'm doing a lot of the development on my own. I really wanted to make a point of to the game industry that look what I did with nothing. Like there's no backing. I did no Kickstarter. I don't have any funding. This is completely just me and like the little bit of things that I had to buy, like paying my friends to do music for me and like paying someone to sing on some tracks or whatever. That's totally out of my own pocket. So look what I did with nothing. Imagine what I could have did if you gave me anything.
Yeah, it's so slick. Like I'm like trying not to bob my head as we're like bust out a little freestyle or something like that. Just listening to it. Can you tell us where you're at in Detroit, how that plays an influence in your game?
Yeah, you got to hop, man. Remember the small jump.
Small jump.
Small jump.
Yeah, small jump. The more patient you are, the better you do with the game.
I'm not patient. I'm not patient.
Yeah, so yeah.
It's the A button. But what you were saying with development, pretty much I'm just building out levels now. I'm trying to launch a game mid-February on Steam and itch.io. You can wishlist it now, by the way. Follow me at Aerial Knight. But yeah, it's on Steam right now on itch.io. You can follow it there too. But yeah, for the most part, I'm just in the process of making more levels and just trying to get all that style and all that cowboy bebop style type music in the game.
That's dope. But how does Detroit influence this? I'm really interested in that because that's awesome. That's like a rich culture. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like there's a long history of just Detroit itself and like black people in Detroit. The character himself is very much based off of Axel Foley. You can tell by his clothes.
Oh, okay, that's tight. You gotta put people on game who Axel Foley is though, because they may not
Axel
be.
Foley, Beverly Hills Cop. During that whole first movie, he wears this Mumford shirt under his jacket, and that was because he came to Detroit and went to Mumford, and they gave him this shirt, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna wear this in the whole movie." So I went to Mumford. I was like, that always stuck with me. So
that's awesome. So how did you get started in game development?
I went like much like you. I went to school for game development. Got ripped off extremely bad, but I took full advantage of it and just made my connections. I did a lot of work on my own and did a lot of learning on my own. So yeah, I went to IDT. You went to Art Institute, right?
I went, for my undergrad, I went to Art Institute, and then I doubled down and got a master's in game
Got to
production.
slide under it, homie.
Yeah, it's paining him. I could tell that Neil. It's like I can't concentrate.
Just watching it.
This
He's
dude
just watching it.
is
It's just like slide, homie.
He's throwing himself into rocks.
It's all good. That's why I put so many good checkpoints there, so people wouldn't get too frustrated.
Yeah.
You still in the tutorial though, so we gotta see how far you make it.
Damn, that's sad.
I was trying to make a game that was not too painting for more casual players, but hardcore players can really find a home in, make their own fun, kind of like Sonic, where depending on how you play it, it can be hard or it can be really relaxing.
Yeah. I like the parallaxing elements that you have in the 2D game and the different environments that you're showcasing. It looks really sick.
Thanks, man. I put everything into doing all those 3D models and just trying to get it done in time. It takes just a really long time to get a lot of content for this because it's a runner. You're running through so much art that you'll never see again. So I just gotta keep creating. So that's what the holdup is. If it was just a simple, very minimalistic style, then the game would have been done. But
yeah, that totally makes sense. And when are you releasing again?
February. We're going for February.
Okay, cool. So are you looking to get on consoles and stuff like that too?
Yeah, I'm currently just trying to see where the game's at around launch. But doing the port, we'll see how people like it. So if black people like it, then I'll do whatever they want.
That totally makes sense. What other? I'm just curious because we always have multiple ideas in our head of what we're gonna do next. What are your thoughts on that? What you got something lined up?
Yeah, a couple people reached out already. I just got a book full of concepts and ideas. So right when this gets into a good place, I'm gonna start with the next thing I have on my list and just see how far I can get with just kind of self-publishing. And just getting games out on my own. Your previous question before that we kind of skipped over because Alfonso keeps dying. It's okay. I made this game with full intent that it ain't for everybody.
Wow.
It's okay, man. You can't be good at everything. But before this,
Bruh,
I
ain't
did
never
a lot
giving
of.
up. I ain't never giving up. So
You ain't never gonna yield. You missed the chance. I gave it to you. I laid it out for you. Never yield. Okay.
I never yield.
But before this game, I did a lot of contract work for little indie studios who make games. Here in Detroit, we do a lot of auto shows. So I did a lot of apps and just promotion for auto shows, doing VR and all types of stuff like that. So yeah, I've been doing this for about 10 years now. If you add it,
wow!
So since I was 19. Yeah.
Oh, that's dope. So when you're so you said you're all self. He's like, nah.
I thought you was never gonna yield.
This is like the clowning segment. What was I gonna say? I can't even think about what I was gonna say.
Just clowning the brother.
Yeah. Now, anyway, I was gonna say.
I appreciate you, man.
So you said this is pretty much self-funded, right? You didn't want to go for publishing, that type of thing. You wanted to make this yourself and prove to everyone. How do you, and a lot of developers ask the same question, is how do you fund yourself doing this? Are you doing stuff on the side? Did you save money? How did you go about?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But yeah, you just gotta save. I've for the past 4 years, I have not had less than 3 jobs.
Wow.
So I work I usually space it out, and then this is what I'm doing in my free time. So I've only been working on this for 9 months,
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so 9 months, pretty much by myself, working my day job, working my afternoon job, coming home, working on this. And like the self-publishing, self-funding thing is not a choice. Like, you know, if someone came
I
up to
get
me
it.
and was like, "Hey, here's
Yeah.
some money," I would have like 100% like hired some people, and like this game would have been done. But you know, no one kind of wants to back you outside of Kickstarter. For someone who doesn't have a big track record. So it's understandable, but at the same time, it's rather frustrating.
I think that we may be able to do some stuff, and then there's some context to be made, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
What else are you like? So you have a full-time job, you have multiple jobs. What else are you doing?
Yeah. So I'm working on another game with a studio that I just started helping out around December. They have a game coming out. It's not announced yet, but you know, it's about a black woman in Detroit dealing with a lot of problems. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to throw that up on my Twitter at Aerial Knight once it's ready to get announced. And on top of that, I'm a teacher. I teach 3D art and
cool.
a little bit of game design at a local college. I'm a professor.
Wow.
Oh,
and then,
that's
just some side contract work on top of that.
Cool.
That's what's up.
We could, let's switch to a 2-shot if we can. Just got the frozen. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I think that's the grind. I mean, you can contest to that.
Yeah, I know the grind. I mean, I'm a full-time engineer at a right now. I'm working for a largest Bitcoin exchange in the world, and then I do the Gameheads thing. So I'm the board chair, and I teach the DevOps program. So I know what having 3 jobs is like, brother. And I applaud you, and we want to support your work.
Thank you. Like, as dope as it is to work so much and like be able to like promote myself, and I hate it. Like, and I resent the game industry so much for putting me in this spot. So like, I don't even say that because I heard a couple of your previous guests, and like, people, it's worked out for some of them, but I truly believe we shouldn't have to work this hard to get anything. As far as progress in the game industry. So I make some people mad when I say that on Twitter and stuff like that, but it shouldn't be this hard.
No, and I agree. You shouldn't be this hard, and I think that's what Alfonso was talking about. I always talk about grit and the pain I've gone through doing this, because it hasn't been any less than what you're saying, like 3 or 4 jobs. You know what I mean? At any given point, I've created a way to maneuver through it over years. Like, I've been in the game industry for 12 years right now. So I definitely feel that. And I think that's what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to create change. We're trying to create awareness, have more things like that, connect like we're connecting now. Like, I didn't know this game existed. You know what I mean? And it's freaking amazing. And I'm looking at games all day. If we're able to connect, there may be ways that we're like, hey, I know this person who's funding, I know this publisher, like, and then we can make that happen. And I think that's what we need to build together. So I totally agree with that sentiment for sure.
I have a quick question for you, actually, if we got time.
Yeah, sure.
So like you said, that's what we're trying to do. Like, I think we've, as Black people in the game industry, hit our limit of what we can possibly do. And other white people are trying to help now. And like push us up, but what can they do to like make a better situation for people coming in, because we're already way behind?
Well, personally, let me jump in first. One thing is, like, number one, I'm trying to build myself up to a certain level and not run around with a flag. We talked about that. When I'm getting to these specific level and creating these platforms, I can reach down and help, because at that level, I am an executive level. And I'm helping other people that I see have put in the work, have the talent, and, need to be uplifted, right? The other thing is, in my opinion, when you have these funds rolling out and these, what are they called? They're called funds, right?
Like venture capital, yeah.
Yeah, venture capital, that kind of thing. Or just these corporations, instead of saying, hey, I got $1 million or I got $100,000 for, Black Lives Matter, put that into your executives. That's my main thing. But hire able and ready, willing Black executives to get on your boards to work in production and that type of thing in order to have a different viewpoint. And that's what we need. Don't just toss random money out there, unsolicited. That's my main thing. We just need more execs, who have earned their position, because we've all worked really hard, and there's tons out there, but we need that, invest in that.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
No, I was saying from my perspective is I'm working in tech and working in gaming. It's investment in the actual, like the stories, the titles, and the experiences that folks of color have. But one of the things I also see is that like you're talking about the executive piece of it, there needs to be investment in Black businesses. So if you guys are running your independent studios, like somebody should be funding those studios. Yes, we put together a pitch deck and stuff like that, but if you look at the majority of the VC funding, it is not going to Black businesses, Black entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
So I want to shout out to all of the entertainment industry folks who are out there who are sitting on a bunch of money. Like, invest in these games.
Totally.
Yep. Yeah, I would say they need to like work on the outreach. Like, I'm in Detroit. I went to school for gaming, even though there's no gaming companies anywhere near us. And there's people working at Walmart and Target who are 1,000 times better than me, and just gave up or just couldn't find any opportunities, or couldn't uproot their entire family and move to San Francisco. So that's my end of it.
So I think that's what that's where it gets down to, is on these venture capitalists, boards, that type of thing. You need folks, people of color on those boards. Absolutely. To find those projects. Correct. That are amazing. And the same thing goes in the industry. You need executives to look, at publishing companies and that type of thing, looking for that. But they also have to be people of color. You know what I mean? And that's, to me, that's extremely important. And that's a lot what we're fighting for. But dude, it's been amazing. Oh, go ahead.
I would say Black specifically, but also people of color, just because we tried the people of color thing,
that's true.
And that didn't work out for us.
Black folks. I'm not trying to be too PC. But yeah.
No, it's all good.
No, for sure. But yeah, man, thanks for hopping on board and showing your game. The game looks really sick. I'm glad that we were able to connect and see this game, and see that you're like really hustling to make things happen, and hear your voice. So how can we, how can we find the game and reach out to you and that kind of thing? Tell the world.
Yeah, if you go to Twitter, just type in Ariel_Knight. Don't forget the underscore. It's very important. And then you'll have access to everything I ever made.
Awesome. That's awesome.
What's up?
Yeah, thanks so much. And are you? So you can wish list the game right now, right?
Yep, it's on Steam. You can wish list it right now.
Okay, yeah. Shout out to Steam, Black Voices in Gaming. We got the page up. Make sure to wish list the game. And thank you so much, brother.
Yes.
It's been amazing.
Thank y'all. I'll see y'all at the next GDC. I see you before at GDC. We just never got to talk.
Yeah, it's always crazy because I'm doing 1,000 things.
We're gonna connect before GDC.
Yeah, for sure. We'll do some more of this.
All right. I appreciate y'all.
All right. Thank you. His game is dope. I love his personality.
Yeah.
The show has been amazing. Let's shout out Gameheads again. You could donate to help raise funds
for the program.
For the program. So let's talk about it again.
Yeah. Gameheads is a Youth of Color program. We support youth in our community. We promote women and people of color to be in gaming and tech. We are connecting these students to mentors. The program is 100% funded, nonprofit. So all the volunteers don't get paid. So I don't get paid for being part of Gameheads. That's why it's so important to me that people invest in this program. Like, I'm volunteering my time because I believe in the program. It's actually changing these students' lives. It's connecting them with real careers, real entrepreneurial opportunities, and they're putting out some amazing content. So
it's freaking amazing. So make sure to donate. We'll have that up here. We want to thank everybody. Thank you for joining us. This has been really amazing. I know it came together last minute. We're in Wilmer Sounds, so shout out to Wilmer Sounds. Shout out to Twitch, Valve, Steam for working with us, IGN, GameSpot, Raw Fury, all the folks in the mix. So Joel, Emily, Matt, Travis, everybody who's been working with us on this. It's been an amazing opportunity. All of the developers and publishers in the Guerrilla Collective. Did I say GameSpot on IGN? I think I did.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I have to just make sure I say this right because it's been an amazing opportunity. I feel that this definitely will make an impact, and it's great to keep the ball rolling for this. Thank you all for joining us, and I want to shout out. I wish we could do a raid. I'm not sure if we're able to do that now, but the Game Devs of Color, they're also streaming right now. Sean Alexander, who is the homie, they're also streaming. So go and support that movement as well as any other streams that pop up. Also, next week, the Guerilla Collective will have a stream on Monday. Not this Monday, next Monday, and then 2 days of content with Kind of Funny. It's going to be amazing. Have a great Sunday. Everybody stay safe. Thank you so much. You going to leave me hanging?
No, I'm not going to leave you hanging.
All right. Peace.
All right.